All right. Hello, everybody in the room. We're just going to make sure we have online connectivity to the people here. All right. Dr. Steinmiller, can you hear us? Okay, great. And we have some other people coming into the meeting, which is great. All right. And Dr. Steinmiller, I think you still have the control in terms of letting people in and out, but I'm going to go ahead and begin the meeting if you're okay with that. Okay, great. So I would like to call to order the September 2023 local school council meeting for Lincoln Park High School. First, I want to welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on such a beautiful day. We'll plan to make it a very informative and engaging meeting. We do have some very important business tonight. The CIWP, which is basically like a school improvement plan, is going to be presented tonight and then discussed and then voted on by the local school council. This is one of our three big responsibilities. So we're very excited. Many people in the room have worked on that document. Members of our local school council have been on subgroups working on the three big themes of instruction, connection, and post-secondary success. So that's going to be sort of a main event item coming up. We also have a couple things that are slightly different today. We have three new members to the LSC for whom this is their first in-person meeting. So I want to welcome them and I'm going to introduce them. And if you could just raise your hand, say hello. Paul Kendrick is our community representative. Okay. And Laura Yepes is here also. Sasha Zanko is planning to be here, but it looks like she's delayed. So she's our third. So welcome. Thank you very much for being here and congratulations. Just a little round of applause for you all. Okay. The other different thing is we have our principal for Lincoln Park, Dr. Steinmiller, is unfortunately out of office on a medical leave, right, or medical absence, but he's joining from home. So thank you, Dr. Steinmiller. I hope you are feeling better. Okay, thank you. One of the things that we need to do before we jump in is to vote to allow Dr. Steinmiller permission to join virtually. So I'm going to ask for a motion. Ted Smith also was likely not going to be able to attend in person, but I don't see him online, so we're not going to vote on him. We're just going to vote for Dr. Steinmiller. So is there a motion to allow Dr. Steinmiller to participate virtually in this meeting? Okay, Laura Yepes. And by the way, Ted Smith is our secretary. He normally takes notes. He said he's going to listen to a recording of this and get the notes from there. So we're all spared of doing secretary duties, which should bring a smile to everyone's faces. Anyway, so there's a motion from Laura Yepes. Is there a second to allow Dr. Steinmiller? Okay, Mr. Coddens, all those in favor?
1 second, I just want to make a quick amendment.
Order?
Yeah, point of order to the motion. Sorry, just to state a reason for it. So we just say like,
yeah, due to a medical emergency, a medical condition, Dr. Steinmiller needs, different. Yeah. Thank you.
No worries. The motion.
Thank you.
Yep. So
anything else?
No, let's do it. Let's do it again.
So we have, okay. So is there a motion to allow Dr. Steinmiller to participate virtually due to a medical condition? Okay. Ms. Zemnick. Is there a second?
I will second.
Mr. Coddens, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Dr. Steinmiller, welcome to the meeting. Next, I'd like to do roll call, and I am going to read names out. First, our students. I believe Akoya Love told me she was sick today, so is not going to be attending. So she's not here. Alexander Trzuski.
Present.
Jane Rosenthal.
Here.
Okay. Miss Kaler. Here. Mr. Coddens.
Present.
Okay. Paul Kendrick.
Present.
Laura Yepes.
Present.
Sorry, I meant to be Brad Kessler. Present. Okay. Ms. Zemnick. Okay. Ted Smith is absent. Alicia Hernandez is another parent representative. She also said she was delayed on the way, but she is coming, but currently she's not here. We'll note her when she arrives. So given that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, we do have a quorum and we can go ahead and take care of some business tonight. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is public participation. So this is a time where anyone in the community, either here in the room or online, can make a comment. The guidelines we ask for is that you keep your comments to 2 minutes, and to also be reminded that we are not in a position to respond immediately, but we do take note. And if there is an item for us to act upon or report upon, we will do so in the next meeting. But we would love to hear if anyone has any public comment to make in the room. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I am keeping time.
Oh, yes.
And I will ask you, please wrap up at a minute. I am going to be keeping time and I will be telling people with 10 seconds left to wrap up, and then we'll cut you off if you go over that 2 minutes. So
Yeah, thank you, Amy.
New
Yeah,
rules.
so just to keep us moving, we do have a lot of things to cover tonight. And so those are thank you for doing that. Okay, also we have Sasha Zenko, our third new parent representative, third new member parent representative. So we were just saying hello and welcome. So welcome. Thank you for joining. Okay. We have Dr. Steinmiller virtually. We voted him in, and now we're opening for public participation. So, Ms. Crown, please come on up. Yes, but if you don't mind grabbing the mic, just so people online can hear you.
the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Danielle Crown. I'm an English teacher. I've been at LP for 22 years, I think, a very long time. And I just wanted to speak tonight really quickly on the opening to the school year and schedules, student programs and student schedules. We didn't have the chaos of last year. So last year we had students in the auditorium for 2 or 3 weeks. It was very, very visibly chaotic. This year it seemed a little bit more calm. We didn't have students in the auditorium, but there was still a lot of disruption to the beginning of the year. I think the master schedule didn't account for the complex programmatic needs of our school. And so we ended up with a lot of the same errors and issues that we faced last year, where kids were not able to be programmed for classes that they required. We had a lot of school classes that were overloaded. And so once again, this year, I had classes that were changed. Last year in the 3rd week of school, I got 2 new classes. This year was a little bit better. It was in the 2nd week, but I had 2 brand new classes the 2nd week of school. That is really disruptive for teachers and for students. It's really difficult for us to start the year strong if we have all these changes and we're waiting for these changes. A couple of specific ways that we were affected. I spent the 1st week community building, and then that was a wash because then I had new classes with new students. So that was really, really hard for students and teachers. It was hard for me it's been hard to establish trust and expectations. Okay. And then I wanted to talk about 504s and IEPs. I spent hours going over 504s and IEPs before school started. And then I got 2 new classes and had to do all of that work all over again. I wasn't able to communicate with students and families. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Crown.
you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room here who would like to make a public comment? Yes, please come on up. And if you don't mind, could you grab the microphone? Because we can hear you, but the people on the Zoom can't hear you unless you speak in the mic. You can sing it, pop star style, whatever you like. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Karpilov. I'm a junior here and I'm president of the Arabic Honors Society Club. I know that it is understood this is a very special place we hold as an international baccalaureate school. As such, we cannot ignore the current misdeed which is being enacted by ending Arabic class for freshmen, nor the possibility of no future for this wonderful language once all years have completed it. I would like you to take away most from this speech. The ending Arabic class due to a budget and population issue is an insufficient reason when Arabic has done so much for this school. With our small population, we have won grants for the Qatar Foundation International, worked to place students in courses by the American Councils of International Education, and have given students the opportunity to receive National Security Language Initiative for Youth scholarships. Yes, we are small, but Arabic has helped many, including myself. Maybe the first reaction of many languages when being discontinued isn't to write to international organizations for help. However, for those in Arabic, that is our resort and that is our responsibility. Arabic is also a critical language, which is part of why we have won the accolades which we have. And the other critical language here is Mandarin. Without Arabic, it would only be Mandarin, and critical languages earn their name by being foreign languages which are important to the country's national security and economic prosperity. As an international baccalaureate school, instructing students in a language which is important to current global relations such as Arabic must be a priority. They are also not offered much at schools, and for Arabic to be offered, it is a privilege, and I believe that it must be treated so. And I don't want to okay. We are very lucky right now to have Arabic, but that does not mean we'll be quiet and grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else in the room here who would like to make a public comment? Okay. If you could please come up and use the microphone, then the people on the Zoom can hear you also. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rajay Jordan. I am the captain of the majorette team. This is my sponsor, Ms. Shotwell, and then those are my captains back there. We wanted to introduce like fundraisers for us to have. We do have some set up. We have them like in a doc, like lined up, so we could get them approved. We're doing the fundraisers to buy uniforms because now during the summer we made uniforms like by hand, so we would buy the material and then have to like sew the stuff onto our uniforms. So we would just like to have a better option to be able to buy uniforms.
Great. Well, we look forward to hearing about the fundraising during the budget report out. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go Majorettes. Hi, yes, please.
Hello, my name is Jenny Perez. I am the parent for the Drama Mamas and Papas that I represent their group. I'm just here to ask, I sent a late email. I know we're going to be talking about fundraising today, but mine was a proposal to sell concessions and tickets for our performances that the drama program does put on. And I wanted to usually I'm here requesting the fundraising efforts every time we know we have a performance coming up, but I wanted to see if we could get a few dates under our belt. So I did send that email today. It used to go to Rebecca Eden, but she's no longer here. So I wasn't too sure where. I just sent it to the general LSC.
Yeah, I did see it just come through like the last hour.
Yeah. Yes. So it would be for the school year 2023, 2024. We do have a few performances that we know of right now, which would be September 29th, a puppet show for the juniors, October 25th, a show at 6 p.m. for the freshmen that they'll be putting on. And then November 9th is the sophomore performance at 6 p.m. And then what we have is the main big performance that all the classes of the drama department put on. It'll be November 15th and 16th, and we're still waiting on approval for the November 17th show. That's because it's a Friday, the week before Thanksgiving. So usually for fundraising efforts, we sell concessions and sell tickets. Mostly the tickets would be sold for our main show, which is in November. Okay, and so these funds go to support the playwrights, to buy equipment and costumes and other things we may need in the department. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Mindy Hilt. Some people on the Facebook group asked me to speak on their behalf tonight. So in particular, one woman wrote a letter that she wanted me to read. I am going to mangle all these names, so I apologize. Dear LSC, I'm reading this on behalf of Petulia Frangias, who can't attend in person. These are her words, not mine. I am the mom of Talia Frangias, a junior, Thermostocles Frangias, an LP graduate. Talia is in her third year of Arabic. Arabic under Dr. Macias is more than just a language class. It's a cultural immersion. She has field trips. She has tried new foods and traditions. Dr. Macias has brought in speakers and musicians. What's more, Arabic is an artistic language. It opens students up to an expression of language that challenge both sides of her brain in such a different way. But more important, in this intimate program, she has a world language family, so to speak. That family feeling keeps her coming back, and she intends to finish 4 years of Arabic if that is still possible. This year, Talia learned that Arabic is in danger of being discontinued. The news upset her and her classmates, and as a parent with 2 older children, it really upsets me. I've never had a child more invested in world language than I have with Talia and Arabic. And trust me, she has had 7 years of Greek and 9 years of French. Arabic at LP should be cultivated and treasured. We should feel so lucky to have a Dr. Macias who put his all into making Arabic one of the most unique and fulfilling programs at LP. I cannot fathom how this program is not invested in and promoted. Schools like ours are judged on what sets us apart. Arabic is one of those programs. You have a one-of-a-kind teacher. You have his incredible enthusiasm and unstoppable energy. You have interested students and many, many students like mine who could be turned on this beautiful language. Beautiful language. Why isn't the administration embracing that and working to not only maintain, but to grow Arabic at LP? Let's keep Arabic going and growing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for reading that statement on behalf of Ms. Frangias. Okay. Anyone else in the room? Okay. Yes, please come on up.
Had no intention of saying anything. I've never even been to one of these before. I'm going to say my first name, which is Tracy. I won't say my last name because my student is not here to speak for himself, but very simple. He went on a 15-minute rant about how he was doing a project in his higher level English class, and the teacher told him not to worry about English grammar, just to focus on the project. And that upset him deeply. And as a lover of English grammar myself, it upset me also. And he was like, I should have gone to Lane or Whitney Young. I bet you that teacher wouldn't have told me not to be concerned about English grammar. So we want LP to stay up, right? So whatever the project is, especially in any English class, we want in the English class, all aspects of that to be a priority and to be graded. So I just want to keep us at the top and just want to bring that up.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, anyone else in the room here before we switch? I'm just going to pivot over. Okay. Yes, please.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to all the new LSC members. My name is Dr. Luque Macias, Federico Luque Macias. I'm the Arabic teacher at Lincoln Park. Some of you know me already, some of you probably don't. So obviously, as the testimonies that we heard already, I'm here on behalf of the Arabic program, and the reason is that it's not been offered Arabic 1 this year, again, like we were back 2 years ago. So I had a whole thing written out that I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to say in 2 minutes. So I wanted to ask one question first. If I speak now 2 minutes, can I speak 2 minutes at the end of the meeting as well, or just one time?
Unless if it's in response to something that came up during the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, but if it's just doing the other half of what you plan to say now, we ask you to.
All right, that's fine. So in any case, I'm preparing like a report on this that I want to share with all the LSC members. So I will do that, and that will be detailed. There will be a chronology and an explanation of everything we're going through. But So what I want to say is that I'm the only Arabic teacher at CPS that it's a teacher of Modern Standard Arabic, which is the formal language. Most of the other teachers, we're a community, I know them all, and they are native speakers, so they speak a dialect, so that's a difference. I just want to make a point that Arabic is a language that is considered a critical language by the Department of State. And as such, it has this special status, and it has a lot of programs, a lot of support, and it's together with Mandarin, that's the only critical language taught here. So, okay, in 15 seconds, let's see how I can say this. So basically, 2 years ago, Dr. Sam Miller came up with this idea that only 20 students can be in a class, have to be in a class to be able to run. Okay, well, so if you allow me just 5 seconds, I will say that I'm going to share all of this with you detailed, and that Dr. Sam Miller and I are in conversations to fix this problem, but we are 4 weeks into the school year, and there's still not like a horizon in view, and I'm very frustrated for how things have been.
Thank you for sharing that, and we look forward to seeing your report or your email. Thank you for Dr. Matthias.
Is that 2 minutes? That was 2 minutes. Okay, pause to well. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't sure if you said 1 minute. So
Oh, no.
Okay, great. That's fine.
Okay.
Just one text.
Anyone else here? You can keep thinking about that, but I'm going to go to the Zoom. Is there anyone, Dr. Steinmiller, on the call who would like to make a comment? No. Okay. Okay. I noticed that Alicia Hernandez, you have joined, our other parent representative. Alicia, will you be coming in person? Because if not, we're going to need to take a vote to allow you to participate virtually.
Yes, I am on the mall right now, so I'll be arriving in person.
Great. We'll see you in a minute then. Thank you.
Yep.
You saved us a vote. Thank you. Okay. So I think that concludes public participation. Thank you, everyone, for speaking and taking the time to prepare comments and come and share. It's very important that we hear your perspectives. The next item on the agenda is celebrations for LPHS, and this is simply an item we have to spotlight some great things that are happening. It's a very dynamic school community we have. A very, as someone said, complex and dynamic programming, kids doing a wide variety of things. And it's a moment just to highlight a couple good things that are happening. I'm going to start, I actually have a couple I wanted to highlight. One is this just a shout out to someone who's not here, but Mr. Anthony Cantore, who is our chief engineer for the building, has just been doing an outstanding job. I ran into him on the mall before school, and he had paint all over his face. He was sweating and scraping around some of the windows to get the school ready. He's done a bunch of other things, and I really appreciate his service. He's very short-staffed, so I just want to recognize what he is doing to try to keep the facilities humming. The other thing I want to highlight is Mr. Terrence Young, who has begun a college corner in the weekly Lions Roar newsletter. This is something we've not had before. So it's going to be a regular feature there, trying to raise awareness and access to the college programming that's happening at the school. Post-secondary success is an item in the CIWP, but it's very important that it become elevated. So, for example, over the next several weeks, there are 25 different universities and colleges that are visiting Lincoln Park High School in person to give our students a chance to meet with them and learn about the school. This is fantastic, and we want to be promoting this more. So my celebration is for him. And lastly, just briefly on the CIWP, 3 big themes: instruction, connection, and post-secondary success. I think these are really big priorities, and I thank the subgroups who have worked over the summer And Ms. Taylor, you came in several times for long working sessions in very hot rooms to work through this. Ms. Crown, Ms. McCormick, Mr. Kanzan, many of you, Mr. Stuckey, of course. So just thanks everyone who did that. And we look forward to hearing the fruits of their labor in, shortly. Any other celebrations or spotlights or just good things going on? Hi, Alicia.
Can I just ask a question?
Mr. Conrad.
On the agenda, number 3 was review and approval of minutes. Did we not do that, or are we switching things up?
My
Got excited
my
about
myopia.
celebrations.
Yeah, I guess. I tried to fit it all on one page and it's not small and I wrote notes, so apologies. Let's just finish the celebrations, then we'll do that. That's okay. All right. Anything else anyone wanted to highlight? Just things you've seen or that you feel are worthy just to do a quick shout out? Amy? Zemnick?
As a mother of a girls tennis player, I want to say that despite it taking a long time to find a coach, things are going swimmingly. The girls are doing awesome. They're totally coming together as a team. And it's just been a lot of fun to watch, like something that we were like, is this going to happen, to really come together? And they have great uniforms and they feel really good about themselves. And they look good out there and they're playing good out there. So
That's great.
It's been great.
Oh, wonderful. It's great to hear.
I'll stay on sports for a moment. That I also wanted to give just a shout out to Coach Anderson, who's a new basketball coach, because I've seen him to just be a really effective communicator so far with members of the LSC, which is a welcome change.
It's great. Thank you. And we're going to be talking a little bit about uniforms as well later on. So, okay. Well, let's go back to Mr. Cotton's very appropriate point. Review and approval of minutes. So Mr. Ted Smith, our secretary, sent out a copy of the minutes earlier this week. Is there a motion to approve those minutes anyone would like to make?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from August.
Okay. Is there a second motion to approve
I would like to second.
from August? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. 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 Thank you, Alicia. Okay. So the minutes are approved. 2, 4. Well, I guess Ted will get the notes. So, all right. So that item is done. Celebrations. Okay. Next is LSC Budget Subcommittee. I think I'm going to turn that over to our Budget Committee Chair, Mr. Kessler.
Sure. So this week we were unable to meet as a budget committee, but we still have items to review. And so this will probably be in coordination also if our illustrious Dr. Steinmiller is able to assist. And if you're in control, Dr. Steinmiller, of it, if you can share the budget committee template, that'd be wonderful. So for folks that are new in the audience to these meetings, and also for our new members, last year we started using a spreadsheet to just try to display what was happening in budget a little bit more clearly. There have been some changes to the template, and I'm going to work on trying to understand some of those changes in a follow-up subcommittee meeting, but they will display, at least for the sake of this meeting, the budget transfers we're supposed to be looking at. Also, just so folks know, this is available to every LSC member, so we just have to reshare it if you don't have access to it right now. I'm trying to buy some time for Dr. Steinmiller to locate it. I don't have any jokes to tell. We can start with some of the fundraisers that were mentioned. So we can start there, and then Dr. Steinmiller can pull it up. The drama program that just came in shortly before we had it obviously commented about. There's a few performances. I think that is really like a recommended donation. I don't know if Dr. Steinmiller, whether there's a specific ticket price. It wasn't listed in the forms. I know the idea is that their anticipated revenue will be $500. But I don't think there's a ticket price. So if you take a look, I'll go on to the next one, which is the cluster program. Oh, here we go. Can you go over to the fundraisers, Dr. Steinmiller? You skipped. Yeah, to the left. There you go. Okay. so folks get accustomed to what we're seeing. So these are prior fundraisers we approved. If you see what's not highlighted, what's highlighted is what's in front of us today. The drama program did come in ahead of time for Miss Lopez, our business clerk, to add it in here. So Dr. Simon, if you scroll over, you'll see that there's no selling price per unit. It's listed as 0. So yep, is that right? Okay. So it's a recommended amount, I think, for donations.
Dr. Steinmiller, could you just freeze the top rows so we can see what the columns are saying? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to list out all 3, and hopefully we can just go through one fundraiser motion. And if there's questions after we enter into the conversation, we can separate them out if needed. So one is for the drama programs that were mentioned in public comment. The next is for the cluster program fundraising. So if you scroll over again, Dr. Steinmiller, you'll see that's to sell drinks. It's $1 a drink. They're hoping to sell, I think, sell about $250. So you'll see that the anticipated expenses is $50 for the drinks, and then they expect to raise $200. So that's how the structure is for these fundraising approvals. The last is the majorette that you heard starting out. If we scroll over again, you understood from public comment some of the reasons why. There's a range for the items they're selling. They're planning on getting the items donated, which is also why there's no expenses listed in this category. There's 0 expenses, and it's supposed to be all dollars that they end up making to be able to go for the causes for the program. So those are the fundraisers. The forms that come in are just dispelled inside of these columns. So there's nothing that's missing from it. I would like to make a motion to approve the fundraisers as listed here, these 3 fundraisers.
So just to summarize, one is for theater performances, the other is for cluster program, and the third is for majorettes. Okay, great. So you're making that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the 3 fundraisers listed here.
Okay, is there a second? Alicia, thank you. All those in favor? Okay, I think we have unanimous vote for that. So congratulations. Go raise some money. Brad, regarding the drama, because they had some events, I think, coming up, Ms. Perez said around September 29th before our next LSC. What do we do for that?
Yeah, so there wasn't a listing of what the ticket prices would be. Again, so if it's just a donation, we generally approve ticket prices.
Okay.
If there's fundraising being done that's being advertised to students or being used in our facilities, then we also have to approve that.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I don't see a need to do further approvals of the dates. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, thank you. So that's, is there anything else?
Yeah, we have to go through budget transfers. So Dr. Steinmiller is there. You see there's 2 different dates listed here. So the first one is August 18th, which really just means when Miss Lopez was putting in the transfers. So, any dollar amount that's transferred within our budget lines is one of our responsibilities for an LSC to approve. So you'll see it's a myriad of transferring from OST, which is out of school time, summer funds, to other lines. So I don't know, Dr. Steinmiller, if you feel okay with giving a brief description of what was happening in this category of August 18th line items.
Yeah, you got it. And again, I apologize for not being able to be there in person. For those you don't know, I was in a hit and run. I was on my bike, hit by a car. My goal is that my butt made a major dent on their hood as they threw me off their windshield. So that was one of my goals over that day. But to go over the things that were going on, so I just want to explain why I'm virtual, and I apologize for not being there. What you see in this area with the OST funds, this is all of our out of school time funds. Some of it is for the instructional materials, food lines, different things that our clubs and groups were doing. You could go line by line through it, but they're for a variety of purposes. They're aligned with those clubs. And that's what ultimately this section is of our summer funds. And they were to be spent by a certain date. And then we have our allocation for the fall that are moving forward now.
Okay, thank you. As you can tell, one of the things over the last few years we've got accustomed to is these out of school time grants that are use it or lose it. And so you'll see throughout this, especially at the end of the year, because we got OST funds again, this kind of feverish activity to make sure if the out of school time clubs are not using dollars, we transfer them quickly to try to get used. Dr. Steinmiller, can you go into the September 1st transfers? I will, I'll try to share right now if I've got everyone's LSC email addresses to share that.
And these are some of our current expenditures. Some of these are just from supplies as we've been collecting some of our student fees. And for the most part, these are setting up. You see there are some funds for OST clubs that are supported through here, some transportation for our college and career opportunities. Again, a lot of this is really focused on supply line, but we did get some additional funding for college and career support. So you can see how those grant funds are being allocated, the 578, the 1,000, oh, sorry, wrong line, the $603. So a lot of these are through grants. And then some are for supplies, again, equipment for like the music department, science supplies. These are some of the regular purchases we're making using ultimately student fees to pay for it.
So one question, if I can, Peter, just because we didn't meet as a subcommittee this month, one thing I just wanted clarity on for folks also around the LSC is, why did you choose, these types of things to transfer the dollars into, then open the purchase order for over other items that might be needed in the school?
Yeah, we've been consolidating a lot of our fund lines too. So we have to be very specific about what we're using them from. We talked about the last LSC meeting about, hey, we're condensing like $17,000 of random funds. We have to be specific about what we're using it for, even though we talked about that briefly at the last LSC. Has been working with payroll and not payroll, but budget. We've been those are something we have to be more specific in how we're using it with them. And that's where some of these adjustments came and why we're using those specific lines and funds.
Right. Is the question also why allocate to these specific clubs and POs, Brad? What is that versus, I don't know, repainting a schoolroom or something? Like, how did these rise to the top versus other things?
These are coming from the departments. So these are department requests from like the science department, music department on requests that they have to support materials for their instruction.
Okay. So these are the department chairs pretty much sort of saying, hey, our department needs X, like we need instruments in music, for example. By example, okay.
Okay, if we can, I'll make a motion as a quick comment. Generally, in the budget subcommittee meetings, we'll go in more detail about these, so we can talk more about them. Then we generally don't focus on items that are, lower than $1,000 or so to go deeper in a conversation with. So just setting expectations for next and future LSC meetings, just to save time. The total budget for the school is a little north of $20 million or so, but there's not much that we control as an LSC outside of obviously payroll and those kind of items. So I will, after making this motion and us doing a vote, want to just talk briefly on the internal accounts and grants, which is another tab on here. But if I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget transfers as described as Dr. Steinmiller.
Can I just ask a question? I think I can before we vote to approve,
yeah.
Right? I know that we've been talking about library or funds for library for a couple of years now. Was there a reason why potentially we didn't get any? They didn't get any money?
Yeah, I don't
know how else to say it.
No, I think it aligns with my first question, which I appreciate, which is why this over other things. So yeah, Dr. Steinmiller, if you can respond.
Yeah, I mean, I had a meeting with Friends of, and we were talking about what supports we can provide for our library as one way of providing these resources. We also do not have a lot of our funds coming in. When we collect fees, there is a delay, there's a lag time, and when the fees show up into our system. And so even though people paid within the last month, we do not have those funds to spend yet. That doesn't mean we won't towards library, but right now we're prioritizing with the money that we do have for some of these specific purchases to make sure that departments have the resources they need. You would notice like science, Lang and Lit, INS, that those are some of our prioritized usage of the funds to make sure they had books on day one and resources on day one. So that's why we prioritize those departments at this point. As additional funds roll in, then those are things we can support, such as the library. But I think it would, in sense of priority, making sure we had the science supplies and the labs, because we also know it takes sometimes 2+ months for those resources to arrive for those departments. And so we wanted to make sure everybody had those materials first.
Let me add, I know my esteemed colleague over here reminded me to mention that our subcommittee meetings are public meetings. And so we have yet to set a timeline for the year after our first meeting this past week was canceled, where we'd vote on what our schedule was. So we'll try to create a schedule that's accommodating, and that people, you can join, and then we can influence obviously the budget inside those meetings.
Yeah, I know that the the PPLC has a sub-budget committee that we'll talk about. And if you could reach out and just let us know what might work for the teachers that can be on it. Thanks a lot.
For sure.
Brad.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Kaler, for that clarifying question. I think that's important to know. So we have a motion on the table to vote to approve the transfers of funds that are outlined here in yellow that we just reviewed from Mr. Kessler. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Coddens, okay. All those in favor of the budget transfers that we just went through? Okay, unanimous. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, for the last comment, I believe inside of this category, if we can just go over to the grants tab for the internal accounts. Yep. Can you just walk through the top two areas, if you can, or if there's other comments you want to make? But this is one thing I'll just mention between rentals and grants, as we can try to continue to educate everyone on where the dollars come from for the school. Those are really the two categories, is, what we're getting from school fees, what we're getting in grants, and then what we're making from rentals inside of the company. And actually, we do have, I think, a potential vote to make on the rentals as well. So sorry to bury that lead. We've got two other topics. So Dr. Steinmiller, can you comment on school fee and where we're at with progress?
Sorry, I'm going between two screens and failing epically. So as you see on the internal accounts, those are all our funds, but that doesn't mean that they're all eligible to be spent. That includes grants and other things. So while that we have a large number, we have those that are sometimes allocated specifically for specific things. You can see that our school fees they're coming in, are just starting to come in. We're at 183. That is not a lot of money, especially since we're already spending our funds. We need to be closer to 350 to 400 to be very comfortable with our funding for the entire year. And so those are where you see those two funds. What you see on some of the grants are some of the grants that are coming in that are available for certain purposes, including money that we've been able to get for grants for sciences specifically. You see, about nearly $30,000 for science materials for biology, physics, and chemistry. And these are some of the creative ways in which we're identifying funds to be able to support our academic classes. Our school fees, when they are all come in, we anticipate should be over $400,000. That's our comfortable space for spending. 183 is not, to make sure that we have the resources needed for our classes for both semesters. That includes transportation, knowing that we spend over $100,000 just in transportation a year.
Thank you. If we can go over to rental income, because there is one category in there that we will have to vote on. Oh, I apologize. So yeah, do you want to start with what you're highlighting right now, Chicago Sport and Social?
Yeah. So we're renewing our lease with Chicago Sports and Social. This will be for the entire year. Last year we did it for just the semester. This will bring in a total amount of $163,000. Not all of that will go straight to our internal accounts. As part of the resources we're collecting do pay our overtime for engineers, overtime for our custodial team. So that's not the entire 163. It's about $150 an hour goes towards having that support in place to be able to put those groups in place. But this is our proposal for continuing this. And this is a great way for us to, again, offset our transportation needs as a school, our substitute needs, and also then our resources, such as for the library and other departments.
Thank you. So the other two categories requiring our approval right now on this is the neighborhood community choir. It looks like we don't know how much that might cost in income. So do we need to approve that now, Dr. Steinmiller, or can that wait until we know how much that would bring in?
We don't have the final funds for that. It's and that doesn't look right. The date.
Yeah. Ms. Emnick is commenting that the date is May 14th, 2023.
Yeah, let me follow up on that. So based on the data that's in here, I would not move forward with a vote for it. And the LPHS 20th reunion, that is a no charge to community. Our community group of alumni are coming into the school. We do anticipate that they will give us some donations, but we're supporting our alumni groups and organizations.
That's great. And I'll comment that Chicago Sport and Social, as Dr. Steinmiller started commenting, it's about the same. It is, according to Ms. Lopez, our business clerk, it's the same rate they're paying. It's just more time. So it didn't go up or down in terms of the fee charged to them. But obviously, they're an important partner to the school. You might notice them after school going to the gyms. And so, but prior to doing the vote, I just want to highlight, if you go up a little bit, Dr. Steinmiller, we'll work on actually making this clear. This tab last year listed a lot more information with what our rental agreements are. So generally we get additional dollars from the cell tower, also from our parking lot rental, and then Chicago Sport and Social. And then there's some things over the summer that we can make dollars from using some of the space for summer camps and things like that. So just so people, get a sense of the dollars we have to work around that don't come from CPS, so that we can do creative things. All right, so some of the categories are there. And again, we'll simplify some of the information here for the future. But for the LSC approval, I'm going to make a motion to approve the Chicago Sport and Social Club contract for use of space for $163,200, and then the use of space for the 23 Union for LPHS for no cost.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Is there a second for that motion? Ms. Emnick, okay. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's it for the Budget Committee. All right, thank you for that business. The next item we have is outside affiliated committee reports, which means FOLPHS. I don't know how to say that as an acronym word, FOLFS or something. No one usually says that. So I'm just going to say Friends of Lincoln Park High School. I think I saw Sabrina Spitznagel, who's the president, is online. All right, Sabrina, we do see your hand raised, and Dr. Steinmiller is working on getting you access. So just a moment. Okay, I think you're now ready to go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite well. Thank you.
All right, great. Great. Well, thank you and welcome to all the new members, and great to see you all albeit on via Zoom. Sorry, I'm not there in person. So we have our next meeting, our second meeting of the year on Tuesday. Unfortunately, the same date and time as the college counseling or the college, something that's happening related to college. But we'll be at school where you all are next Tuesday at 6 p.m. And we have a number of other things happening. We will be kicking off our pledge drive, our annual pledge drive, which is our main fundraiser of the year, the following week, following the not curriculum night, but how to be successful in high school night. And I guess maybe I technically needed to have gotten your approval for the fundraiser. I don't know if we have approval left over from last year. But we will be launching it then, so hopefully we can maybe get approval before then if we need it. And we've got spirit wear sales ongoing. Our next sale will be at the school on the 29th. I'll be sending out a message soon, assuming you're still going to be up for it, Dr. Steinmiller, to sign up for coffee with Dr. Steinmiller. And there's the marquee messages for sale, and there's been a number of people who've purchased some, which is great. And we have a number of new people on the board, which is also awesome. And we love all support. So if you are interested in volunteering or getting more involved, please reach out to me. There is a ton to do, and we love more participation. And so in connection with the pledge drive, save the date for after the How to Be Successful in High School night for a fall social, which will be, I believe, I'm 99% sure, at Blue Door this year, following that that event. So it'll start at like 7:30, and it's open to all families, adults, all adult families. And I think that's all that I really have. Does anyone have any questions for me?
No, is Sabrina, has that been communicated to the community?
No, because I was waiting on the date. Are you talking about the party?
Just a couple of those things: the How to Succeed in High School, the party. Next meeting.
The next meeting has been I sort of communicated. There'll be an email that goes out tomorrow, and we'll post it on social and things like that. The party has not been communicated because it was in flux of being or wasn't solidified yet.
Okay. Just checking. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You guys are the first to know, so you're like really in the loop now.
See, it's worth attending LSC meetings. You get all this inside firsthand info. Okay. Great. Well, we look forward to all those fundraising activities and spirit raising activities. Thank you for that update.
Of course. All right, great. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Okay. The next section we have is an IB report out. So this is IB International Baccalaureate, which is the sort of core learning philosophy at Lincoln Park High School. We have asked this year to help the community have some contact with the leadership team. We've always had Miss Tookie, who leads the overall program and diploma. We've also asked Mr. James Conzen, who leads the career program, not the CP or the DP, but the CP, which stands for Career Program. Many people don't know about that. And also Miss McCormick, who leads the MYP, Middle Years Program, which is what all freshmen and sophomore go through. They each are going to have about 3 minutes. We're giving them a total of 10. Okay, just a little run over, but we really need to stay under that limit because we still have to get CWWP. So I'd ask for pithiness. But if you'd like to come up and share, Ms. McCormick, Ms. Tookie, Mr. Conzen, I know you've each prepared some remarks. And part of the reason of doing this is to help people understand the breadth of International Baccalaureate. It's historically associated just with a junior senior program called the diploma, but there's actually much more to it. And all of our children are experiencing it. And so it's important that we understand the unique value that this brings to the students at our school. So I'll turn it over to the IB tribunal, which is just gathering at the table here. Thank you, Ms. Emnick.
Maybe like 3 minutes each, like give us a warning around there. So hopefully I'll only use about 2. I'll try to be quick because gotcha. Sure. Sounds good. Okay. I tried to cut it as short as I could. To explain MYP in 2 minutes is not doing it justice, but I'll give it a try. My name is Teresa McCormick. I've been coordinating the IB Middle Years program since we implemented back in 2012 was the beginning of our implementation. We've been through an authorization visit and one evaluation visit, and we have another evaluation visit coming in October of 25. Sounds like it's far off, but we have a lot to do always to keep our program running with fidelity. If you take a look at what's up now, we have, just to give you context, there are 3 programs at Lincoln Park. Many of you already know this, but some of the public might not. All grades 9 and 10 students are in the program I coordinate, the middle years program. Ms. Tookie's program is 11th and 12th grade. Not all of them. It's a program that some choose to pursue. And then the career related program is a newer program that is also a small cohort of students that's growing every year.
Dr. Steinmiller, could you just move the graphic image of the Zoom call a little bit further to the right? It's just covering some of the wording on the slide.
Okay. I'm not worried, trust me.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead. But
Okay.
we
can, who's doing the slides? Can I get the next slide? Okay. Just to continue on with why we're called IB for All, some people are confused. They're like, if only the 9th and 10th graders are all inclusive, how is Lincoln Park called IB for All? We also have standalone courses that are open to all 11th and 12th grade students. Those vary year to year based on the student interest and the teacher availability. Really fun courses that students report out on learning a lot and having making connections to their real world, which is exciting for them. So now I'll move on to just my program, which is the middle years program, MYP. I've always tried to include the acronyms so you're not confused because we get reports that the acronyms are overwhelming for people. So MYP. MYP is just a framework. So IB doesn't tell us what we have to teach. It gives us standards that we must work towards, objectives. And within that, students or teachers are able to create and develop their own units as long as they're following the guidelines of the program and the things that need to be in the unit plans. But they have a lot of flexibility, a lot of freedom with the kinds of activities and the way they're teaching. It requires that my program requires that all teachers are IB certified to teach in the IB MYP. They go to the same trainings and the same workshop leaders that many DP workshop leaders, they cross over. So it's a continuum, and it's really nice that we have people in the IB world training all of teachers for all of our programs so that students get a consistent level of learning. MYP grade 10 students, they complete a project called the Personal Project. They are assigned a mentor teacher on staff. We have over 110 teachers who help with the Personal Project. Currently, all of our teachers are assigned 6 students whom they're helping. And we all have projects, so we try to keep it equitable across the school. It's a lot of work for teachers, extra work to meet with these students and help them out. Okay, I just got the signal, so maybe one more. This is what I intend to do in future visits to the LSC. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on the first meeting, but really I see it more as like an update every month, what's going on in the MYP. Here are some things we're doing right now. Students just had their first meetings with their personal project supervisors. That's what those flex days are about. When you hear the admin talking about they're giving teachers time to do purposeful things at the school. We have 14 teachers signed up for training this year. I'm continuing to register the new teachers who started after the last batch of registrations went through. Teacher curriculum teams, they're developing and revising MYP unit plans weekly in their TCTs, teacher curriculum teams. And resources for unit planning are being discussed at the department chair meetings in the weeks to come. We've been planning that on the ILT. Vertical planning discussions and updating subject group overviews is ongoing. Those are the things happening right now, as brief as I can keep it, right? Personal project results. Oh, here. This might be what people are most interested in, are the results of our personal project. Personal project is the only thing that is sent to the IB for the middle years program, which is not the case with the diploma and the career related program. Middle years program, that is all that gets sent, scores get sent to the IB, sample projects get sent to the IB, and that's where we receive our feedback for how we're doing as a school. I have the IB report. I didn't put it all up here because obviously that's even what I have is probably too much. We were happy this year. Our scores went up. I just want to point out, and I think it's on the next slide, if we could just go to the next one. Comparing last year to this year, I have what the IB sent out. We were 3.48. We went up to 3.56, which just doesn't seem like that great of a jump. But if you look at the worldwide average, they went down while we went up, which I thought was something kind of interesting. And it sounds like, well, why is Lincoln Park not meeting the international average? I'm just going to say that we do this project with 500 to 600 students every year. We do it with fidelity. I can't say that about all of the CPS IB schools, meaning that we have all of our students participate. We are MYP for all. our honors, our PDP, our double honors, our visual arts, our cluster student, program students, everybody does. If they are sophomore, they do a personal project. They're expected to do. Not all of them submit. So I'm pretty proud of our results as far as that goes. We also had a 7 this year, which is very difficult to get. We had 11 6s and we had many, many 5s. Those are really, really good scores. The certificates are coming in. I got a notification that they shipped. We'll be presenting them to our current juniors because we get the certificates the year after they complete the project. And I have had parent nights in the past with personal project. There isn't great attendance. I would love to have something that informs the community more. I sometimes join in with the counselor sophomore meeting night. I love to talk about personal projects, show sample projects, etc. Here are some photos from the fair that we had just this past April. And there are stories behind a lot of those slides that I can't talk about right now because I'm out of time. But we also have a t-shirt contest tied to a personal project. The students are wearing the winning t-shirt this year. The student who designed it did his project on a clothing line he developed. Like, it's just, there's a lot of really fun stuff going on. And I'd like to, in the future, involve more of you all. We used to do a little bit more before COVID and we're sort of building it back up. So that's where I'm at. I'm sorry for 5 minutes, James.
Thank you for the MYP high-speed walkthrough. Great stuff. Really great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, for such a deep program, I know it does it a disservice, but this is a 101 for many people. Just the first intro. We can always dive deeper at future meetings. So thanks, Ms. McCormick. Of course. So next, is it Mr. Conzen next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Hopefully everyone can hear me online. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having all of us, but thanks for having me here. So I'll do a similar speed run through CP. So we can actually probably skip 2 slides ahead. So CP is a program that runs like parallel or concurrent to like the diploma program. So you can't be in the diploma program and in CP. You basically have to choose one or the other. And since diploma program is a lot more familiar to folks, I put like a little comparison up here so you can kind of see like how it compares to the diploma program. There's a core in the CP, just like there is in diploma for the DP. In place of the theory of knowledge course, the TOK course, there's a course that all CP students take. It's called personal and professional skills. They, instead of the extended essay, they do a reflective project, which is basically there's different formats on top of just writing, but you can do, we do it in about a semester, but it's a long-term research project where they explore an ethical dilemma in their career pathway. And I'll talk a little bit more about those in a second. Service learning is a requirement. So similar to like CAS, creativity activity service for diploma, they have to do about 50 hours of service learning. They're sort of, IB is changing some things around that in terms of like hours versus experience. And then one thing that's a little different for CP is that they're not required to take a language like you are in the diploma program, partially because like they want some more flexibility for CP students because they want to be able to spend time in their career. They're like career related study. But that means that they do have to do some sort of language development. So a lot of students do take a class, but they can also do like a form of self-study for a language. It doesn't have to be something that we teach in the building. And then in terms of courses, kind of a big area of difference, right, is that for the diploma program, you take 6, you have to take those 6 core subject area courses. In CP, you're only required to take 2 diploma program classes. One of them has to be at least 2 years, and then you can take a 1-year course. For our students, they all take they take IB English. So we're switching now to HL, the higher level Langen Lit course for the junior cohort. And then they all take IB Business Management for their second course. And then, we're looking in, considering opportunities to expand that or not. But then they have to take a single career related course or more for each year. So I'll talk about that. Should make more sense in just a second. But this is kind of like the fancy core graphic from IB. And if you just do 2 little clicks, whoever's controlling. So that's just how it sort of breaks down. So those are those core components. And then our courses and the career related study. That's a visual y'all can look at later if you feel like it. Next slide though. So these are our pathways that we offer. We now are at 6 pathways. So we started with music and art, kind of building out programs that are already really strong within our school. We added then RO was actually next, the JROTC program. And then we since have added a drama pathway, sports and health, and then computer science is our newest pathway. So with those 6 programs, it's been a small program. We certainly lost a lot of students because we recruit, unlike like the diploma program, you apply as a sophomore. So, we recruit in-house, and that became pretty difficult during the pandemic remotely. So you can see the numbers dipped with the pandemic. But those numbers are rising now. And this is the first time that we've had like a wait list. So we had a few students who unfortunately couldn't join because we didn't have enough students to open another section, but we're maxed out at 30 for the junior cohort. So currently between the juniors and seniors, I think this is the largest combined cohort we've had. So things are growing, which is good. And of those students, so the 14 seniors we had last year, all 14 of those students that sat for exams earned the certificate. So it's been, successful in that sense. One of the big areas of growth, I just wanted to highlight these really quickly for us now, is like building up that core, building up enrollment, but now it's trying to like build up those connections with like different community partnerships, getting students out to experience and meet with professionals in their pathway. Last year, these are just some of the things that we were able to do. So like, our CP art students, we partner with Wrightwood 659. We're going back this November with them to talk to like some of the professionals there about how they're, how you run an art museum. The drama cohort, we went to SAG-AFTRA and talked to two actors from like the Chicago, I don't remember which one, PD, and I don't know, there's too many. CP Music, we went to Old Town School of Folk, and on the next slide for the CP Sports and Health cohort, we went to Malcolm X and we looked at some of their like really kind of terrifyingly creepy robots that they use to teach people how to like become, medical professionals. And we also got our senior cohort gets Red Cross certified for CPR and first aid and CPR for children and adults and first aid certified. So working on trying to build those out more. That's something that like I'm really hoping to partner more with you all to try and build those connections with different community organizations, different opportunities for students to get out there and see what it's like to be a professional in their field and what kind of career options there are in that field. That's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Coddens. All right. I'm sorry. Hansen, forgive me. All right.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay,
right.
6 minutes. Okay. I'm passing out to you something that we mentioned at the last meeting,
Okay.
which was the U.S. News and World Report. I think I have a copy for all of you, but I mean, you can read through it. We're not going to talk about it, but they tell you inside how they, if you read through it, or you can also go into U.S. News and World Report, and if you get on Lincoln Park, if you click into the things, if you keep clicking on it, other parts open up. It's not just a straight thing. But I think what is interesting about what's interesting about this one is if you look that we are, I think, what number are we? 30. May I use your? Could I just leave it? Okay. We're number 30 in the state, basically in the state of Illinois ranking, which I think is really pretty good. And if you look at the graduation rate and the college readiness rate and the rest, but I think if you take a look at the schools that we are, the college readiness rate, to my mind, is really impressive. And you look at other schools like the ones supposedly ahead of us. We're at 59.4% for college readiness. And you look at others like whether it's Maine South, Oak Park River Forest, which is at 46%. York Community High School, Evanston Township or Westinghouse. Evanston Township is 50.9%. So, I mean, I think you realize that at Lincoln Park that we're doing we're doing quite well. Now, this is if you look at the background between U.S. News and World Report, and I'm just bringing this up because it was requested at the when I mentioned it at the last LSC meeting, that you that I believe it's 2021-22 is the school year that this is based on. So I just wanted to explain that a little bit. And I can, if any of you have any individual questions, I can answer them on it.
Thank you.
At this, for last year, which would be May 2023, 264 students, in grades 11 and 12 completed IB coursework. Basically, now some students did the full diploma, at which point they would be doing 6 subjects. Some of those 6 subjects would have 3 parts to them or 4 parts to them. For example, the English, higher level English that the students take, there's paper 1, there's paper 2, there's an essay that they do outside of class, and there's also a oral that they end up doing. So there's parts to these things. Now, unlike AP students who take out the exams, they're required to do a full course of at least 140 hours and do independent work, both oral and written, under direction of the teacher. Teacher has to predict the grade for the students, and independent work is sent to us. So the next slide, somebody clicks, okay. Of the 264 students who did it, 95 were full diploma. And the anticipated, we're taking 1 exam. There were 14 CP students and 7 anticipating grades 11 and 12. And these students would also be counted under those who take IB exams. And 115 course candidates, those would be students who are not in any of the programs, but who elected to take the courses. Keep going. Click. The full diploma students engage in, these are the courses that they would be engaged in. The theory of knowledge course has the students stand back and take a look at the kind of knowledge they're creating in each of the subject areas. The extended essay is an original work that they have to do. It has to be about 4,000 words. It's supposed to be of the format that would be the kind of thing that if you were a professional physicist or mathematician or literary critic or whatever, that would be the kind of thing that you would write for publication. And you have an advisor, and you meet with the advisor. You have to come up with your original topic and so forth. Then they also do creativity, action, and service, which is they have to engage a certain amount of activities outside of school and be independently engaged in the community. And then they do English. They have to have another language. They do an experimental science. They do mathematics, and they can also do something in the arts. Okay, the next slide. Is that the end of the slide? So of the so there were 939 tests, individual tests or assessments or whatever you want to call them. We'd count the extended essay because that's one project that students would get a grade in. So all the students, whether they were core students, CP students, or you were doing the diploma, the full diploma, there were 939 assessments the students did. And so the grade of 4, they earned a passing grade of 4 or higher. The IB grades on a 1 to 7. So remember, AP is a 1 to 5, IB is a 1 to 7. And D or higher on TOK and extended essay. So those are considered passing grades. I mean, just like D is considered passing in high school too, on 644 assessments for a success rate of that. And just keep took time. Okay, thank you. And just for you to know that like a number of students who are in the diploma program also have some sort of very often have some sort of learning challenges. So they're about 20% of the students get some kind of extended time, or they would qualify as having say a 504 or an IEP. So I think that's it.
Great.
I almost made my time.
Yes. Well,
Good time.
thank you to
Thank you.
the IB leadership team. Great things happening. Just to summarize, 500 or so students go through MYP. So all freshmen, all sophomore, right? We're at about 30 in CP, and 264 are taking DP classes. whatever. Oh, right. 1,200, so like 1,000. Yeah. Right. Okay. Great. Well,
And we
thank you.
don't have a cap, so it's whoever wants basically ends up wanting to take it. But we generally have, it generally turns out to be about 100 students each year are full diploma students. And then the number of students who are signing up for individual courses, that year.
Okay.
It used to be more prior to COVID.
Great. Thank you. Alicia, was there a comment you had or no?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Could you grab the microphone, please?
So just like we saw an increase in the performance for the students and the MYP, did we see an increase in the performance for the older students?
No, I mean, well, we've been doing the IB here since students have been sitting for exams since 1983. And, we, basically we've, in terms of, so we've had many more years with kind of fewer number of students, but we have, I would say no, the scores went down a little bit during COVID. And so we're kind of getting, moving back towards, what we have kind of always been, which is about between 75 and 80%. That, by the way, is very high for the U.S. If you take a look at the U.S. the scores in the United States, because when you talk about IB scores, you have to realize that these are scores that students, this is a program that students take all over the world. And in the United States, we're always above certainly the U.S. average in terms of where the students in the United States probably about maybe 40 to 50% of students end up getting the diploma.
Okay.
We are in what we.
I might suggest maybe on a future month you could provide some more detail on some of that, but I'd like to move us along just because we've got to see a WP.
I just
Yes. Yeah.
One quick thing also
Go
I'd
ahead.
love to hear more of is why we think perhaps less students are enrolling in the DP program. I know historically there's been a lot, this isn't for today necessarily, but I know historically there were a lot of questions about the intensity and the rigor of the DP program. And I wonder if now, since there's a MYP program that's becoming more robust, if perhaps students are finding success in that. And so just something to maybe talk about and think about at future meetings.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. Great question. Thank you so much, IB leadership team, administrators. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're Dr. Steinmiller, it's time for principal's report, and I think I'm going to turn it over to you if you are still there.
Still here.
Great.
All right. So we're going to jump right into the CIWP after addressing some of our old and new business kind of lumped together. I think it's an opportunity to kind of just an update on programming, some of the things that I know were mentioned even in the additional comments, but just kind of a reflection on some of our pros and cons at the start of the year as we're looking on some of the things. As we were looking at our program, one of the main focuses of our program was make sure that on the first day of school that the majority of our students were in classes on the first day. There were minimal gaps, that students had their requests, and that counselors could work with students where it was irresolvable, where we couldn't resolve it and they had to make decisions. And for the most part, classes actually were leveled. Now I need to clarify what leveled means. Leveled means that every section we have has the same amount of students. It doesn't mean it's not oversized. At the start of the school year, it was significant the amount of classes that were leveled in the way that they should have been to help us reflect on minor adjustments to be able to do any additional next steps. That being said, there's still work to do, and these are reflections and conversations I've had with our programmer. Just like it was brought up during the public participation, we had about 4 classes that just needed to be flipped to be able to make sure that classes were appropriately leveled because they weren't leveling And that was part of the concerns that we had. By making a switch, it actually allowed the classes to level more appropriately. And our programmer kind of identified that over the first week, coordinated with the teachers and the students that this was having to be swapped. Conversations had with the students, and going to the second week, those had to be adjusted. And those are things that we don't want to have happen. But as we reflect on what we need to do for our leveling processes, these are things that are conversations I'm having with our programmer to improve moving forward. I also want to make sure moving forward that we continue to increase our chair's participation in it. I know there was a lot of moving parts. It's a very complex schedule. And so, as the earlier we can get our chairs to do some reflection, they were significantly helpful in a lot of different ways to make sure that, not only are classes in the best rooms allocated, but just the schedule, any minor adjustments that could be made. And so I really appreciate all of their work in that. And again, the sooner we can get that to other people with additional eyes, the more people we have helping make this become a better schedule. And we obviously want to continue to increase our communication. I know that schedules went out during Quick Start as well. What could that look like in a way of an earlier feedback form for our students so that we can make adjustments earlier based on their feedback and requests, and or adjustments, and making sure that teachers have eyes on schedules earlier too. Again, there were specific reasons so that we could make sure that we made adjustments so that on day one, we weren't having massive changes to our school's program, and students were being shuffled about. I'll say many of the schools, as we're looking at kind of in the leveling process, that happens on day one over, sadly, sometimes up to 4 or 5 weeks. We've made all major adjustments that we need to. I've already submitted our oversized classes there to the oversized class committee. We've had an influx of students, especially students who need English language supports as a school. So these are some programming needs that we need to find balance with. One, as we've been very intentional about hiring for students or teachers that have ESL endorsements, we need to continue to do so. And our teachers have been very proactive about learning about how they can do better supports, and just really is a testament to our teachers and supporting all students at Lincoln Park High School. And so these are some of the just kind of programming adjustments. And one of those that came across was Arabic. And I know that's a conversation. We are not eliminating any programs, but we cannot offer classes with 7 students. There are seven requests for Arabic 1. There were 7 second and third choice total for Arabic. That's 14 total students who were interested in the class and school-wide. And that didn't mean that all were their first choice. So we have to make sure that we have 20 plus classes. What happens if we have a class of 7, then we have larger classes elsewhere. And that's something that we've been intentional about trying to find better balance with. That does not mean we're getting rid of an Arabic program. And that is a misrepresentation of actually kind of what we're trying to do. I've met with the Cutter Foundation on potential grants to do a better job of recruiting over a 3 to 4 year period where we can get a position to help recruit with our 8 elementary feeder school to help build the program, and potentially even this year, a part-time Arabic position that could teach a 0 or a 9 period Arabic so that students, even the 7 or 14 students, can also take Arabic as a language this year. So these are some things that we are putting into place. So just to kind of clarify that, but I do appreciate all the students speaking so passionately about programs such as Arabic, and I completely agree. Our Mandarin program is an example of a program that has gone from a single Mandarin 1 to 3 Mandarin 1 classes this year. And again, this is where student voice and student interest is guiding our program and our scope and our structures and determining which languages they choose to take. We just need to help inform the process of the importance and value of Arabic. And, our student who spoke at the public participation couldn't say it more eloquently. And I'm really impressed by her words and her choice of words and the benefits of the program. So hopefully we can continue to build this, make sure we have a full investment of students to take the class so that it is sustainable. But yeah, we've had consistent years where there just has not been a set of 20 students taking it, kind of aligning with some of our programming needs. But I appreciate the work of our of the grant of the Cutter Foundation for their continuing support, and we'll get feedback more on next steps for what that grant could look like. That was just an update for programming and Arabic specifically. The other kind of updates, I know they're old business, or what's the status of athletics?
Dr. Steinmiller?
Oh, sorry.
Do we have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, Sasha, do you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
And I can't see, sorry. So
Please continue, Dr. Steinmiller, but
Sorry.
God bless you.
The next was athletics. We anticipate our return of our athletic director in November. At this point, I've been sending communication directly with the teachers, kind of leading all this work. I've had a little bit of a hiccup in this week in my communication. I completely apologize for that. Please blame a white car. And so with athletics, I appreciate the work of Ms. Walker and Ms. Theus that they've divided. Ms. Walker has been instrumental in making sure our students are eligible. Documents have been entered, that our students are our coaches are continually supported in that manner. And Ms. Theus has been helping with our ticketing supports as well as bus allocation. We put requests in for all the buses that have been requested for our fall sports. That does not mean we always can get them, depending on the time and the day of the transportation, but the requests have been submitted. And I know that Ms. Theus has the buses on speed dial and has been calling almost on like a daily, sometimes multiple days, points in a day, to try to attain buses for our students. And so again, without that team effort, you know, I can't express how much I appreciate their help and support in that work. So we're going to continue to move forward with that, with supporting our athletics. Again, you probably don't see Ms. Theus in the audience right now because we have a football home game. And this kind of is going to speak to some of the points that I'll bring up in just a second. But that's kind of my update. But that's Ms. Theus is supporting our home football game right now, make sure ticketing is moving, and we have administrative support for a football athletic home game. Kind of with my new news in that is a celebration. And so what I want to celebrate are our students. Since our last meeting, seeing 800 plus students show up at a football game, packing our gym for volleyball. It is so loud, my watch noise alarm kept going off because of our volleyball games. And that's not and just the excitement and the passion our students have, that I can't celebrate that more. And I saved that from the earlier part because I knew that would be a part of my principal's report of and our freshmen are hopping right into it. It is just absolutely awesome and dynamic, the energy that our kids bring and the passion our teachers have to support all of our students. And I want to personally thank sorry thank the teachers who've been reaching out. That means a lot. Just give me a...
Thank you, Dr. Steinmiller. Thank you very much.
I'm good.
Okay.
Any questions about others? Sorry, but I just want to say thank you because that's been really helpful. This hasn't been really easy because I love being at school, not being in the halls and doing my job. So thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to the teachers. I had a couple follow-up questions if I could. One of the other areas of old business was around, we had a parent in public comment talk about tassels and recognition for students and sort of things to look forward to at graduation. Did you have any update on that topic?
Yeah, I know. So as we've been increasing kind of our communication during our assemblies, you know, talking with our seniors and with our other groups about graduation requirements, expectations, with our upcoming assemblies that we have, really kind of building that bridge with our freshmen so they understand the importance of a 4-year learning experience. I think we can actually kind of talk about that during the CIWP a little bit more about how we're trying to bridge that communication with everybody.
Okay. The other new business item I wanted to highlight is the October LSC meeting now conflicts with the homecoming festivities. So I think we're going to have to have a different date for that meeting. We can sort of, so basically we are not allowed to cancel an LSC meeting that's been scheduled, but we can schedule a special meeting to sort of cover for it. We need to leave it on the calendar. And we can also not have a quorum if people don't show up in the LSC, then people can make comments, but we can't do any business. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to find a new date for October. And I'm going to propose either the week before or the week after. I think Thursdays tend to work for people best. But I'll follow up via email afterwards, but I'd like to just FYI on that. Does that sound good, Dr. Steinmiller? Okay.
Great.
All right.
Can I ask just one question for the school community? PSAT. Is there any announcements you can make about PSAT or, upcoming dates or anything for the kids to know?
Yes. So the PSAT is going to be virtual this year, or not, it's going not virtual, it's going to be computer-based, digital this year. So the fall will be our, we have a window set of time from Chicago Public Schools. We are aiming to do it in a single day with a staggered start time. We're going to communicate more of this to our teachers and our staff, but we've already started this initial communication. Our aim then is within the single day to be able to have staggered start time of our 9th, 10th, and our 11th graders, plans for then our 12th graders to go on field trips during the day. We are a large school, so it's very difficult to commandeer spaces over an extended period of time. We also would like to try actually to do our best on doing it on a single day in the fall when it's slightly lower stakes than the SAT in the spring for our juniors, just so that we can really test our Wi-Fi and our expectations around it. We theorize that around the staggered start time will allow kind of an incremental start and load to getting our students started on the exams. And so that is our anticipated focus of what we are moving forward for it. The date, which I actually don't have right in front of me, would be we're anticipating it to be in October 18th, I believe, is the date. Is that Wednesday? Because also a short flex day for us on the 18th, and so it would minimize the amount of time and disruption for instruction.
Okay, great. Ms. Emick?
Is this a time to ask about coaches, or should I wait to athletics?
I would wait till athletics. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Alicia.
So just a comment about the Arabic class.
Yeah.
At least, my personal experience with it is, when we were picking LP, that was one of the things that we were considering coming to LP was because of Arabic. However, once we picked LP, we realized that Arabic was only offered for 2 years. And that was rather discouraging. And so we went with French, which was offered for 4 years. So I think offering Arabic for 4 years would be a lot more attractive, and you would get a lot more students in these classes. But I think it's these unique classes that make LP the experience that it is. And so I know it's easy to cancel the unique classes because they're less advertised. But I think we have to find a way of advertising these classes better.
Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Okay. I'm sorry, we can't have comments right now. I'm getting a signal of 4, but maybe that can be clarified.
Yeah, we offer 4 years of Arabic. So I don't know where that miscommunication came from, but we offer 4 years of Arabic. This is just the first year in which we aren't offering Arabic 1 because there are only 7 students, but we do offer years 3 and 4 of Arabic. And IB, specific Arabic classes.
Okay. All right. So I think with old business and new business identified, we are now ready for the presentation of the proposed continuous improvement work plan, CIWP. Yes, if anyone wants to whistle or woot or anything, it's possible. You're welcome to. So just as you're walking, you all will describe what it is and why it's important and what it does and everything. So.
As they're transitioning up, I can do an introduction tour.
Oh, great.
This is one of the things I'm extremely proud of the work around the CIWP, because it has been a collective process. And one of the things I've been focusing on is as we're developing distributed leadership with the assistant principals that support Lincoln Park High School, as we engage our teachers and our teacher teams, our ILT, our PPLC, and different groups, and those who are interested. This is just a prime example of Lincoln Park High School coming together to build a continuous improvement work plan, not just a document that gets submitted to CPS, not just a piece of paper. This is a living and breathing document. I do want to preface that it is a living, breathing document. And so the feedback we get from the LSC, from the PPLC, we will make adjustments according to that plan based on that feedback. And so what you see within our proposed CIWP, and this is the overall agenda of the presentation that we're going to go through. I'm going to do the intro, and I'm very proud to be able to turn it over to other team members to lead the discussion of where we've been and where we're going with this work. You will see CPS's framing and expectations around the CIWP. You will see our continuous improvement work plan, how we've engaged our stakeholders, and then our proposal. You received yesterday kind of 2 different documents, and I'll explain that in just a moment to help do some sense making around our CIWP. Again, this is the apple that is CPS's vision around academic progress, operational excellence, and building trust within schools, leading to the CIWP process. This is a 3-year strategic plan. In the past, it's been a 2-year plan. And there's been some really some tremendous shifts in what the CIWP looks like, and how we as a school align our priorities to the CIWP. So going from 17 to 5 CIWP foundations, these are the areas in which we can choose from through our own internal diagnostics to determine what are our needs, what is the data that determines where we should go. As a school, we are actually only required to select 2. We've gone with 3 because in a lot of ways, we feel like these 5 areas, they're part of our work on a daily basis. And so we're going to emphasize 3 priorities today. But as you can see here, there's the instructional core options, and then there are alternative options outside of that. What we're going to focus on is our work plan and our context. And in the spring, you heard kind of like a timeline. We weren't sure when things were going to roll out. There were delays in certain parts to it, but we're happy that we have a good template for us to build off of. But one thing I said in the spring was, regardless of the template, we need to make sure that we have documents that are meaningful and purposeful to our work. And so you're going to see some different documents that aren't necessarily on the template as we have completed that template as well. And we've had whole staff kickoff meetings, participation with the PPLC, and the PPLC moving forward will be instrumental in this work, and I appreciate their efforts. We're going to continue to engage our chairs and program coordinators in it. And these are things we've done and will continue to work on, including some of the exit tickets and reflections of all of our staff in this work. These are members of the CIWP subgroups. On the actual document itself, there's a limit on how many participants can be involved in the CIWP. We have way more than that being involved, and that just shows how active, engaged, and involved our learning community. Now, not all of these members could attend every single meeting, but we have just a large group focusing on the three areas we are going to continue to move forward in our priorities, which is curriculum instruction, post-secondary success, and connectedness and well-being. And you will see an administrator that is underneath all of that work to help support shared leadership with members of that team. Ms. Diaz has been working with, again, our one of the other priorities that you'll see up here of partnerships and engagement. So just because we don't have a priority does not mean that we're not continuing to do that work within partnerships and engagement. And Ms. Diaz will be working with Ms. Pulveda on that work as well moving forward. So LP's process and approach to CIWP, and this is kind of a layout for it. I appreciate the template that was shared with us. We kind of went about things that were meaningful and purposeful to us as we did our reflection and self-assessments. We engaged with different data points to help narrow down to what are our priorities. We focused on student-centered learning problems and challenges, a variety of them, and helped kind of brainstorm different ideas, working towards a theory of action. Our process was to create a theory of action, determine the goals, and then the plan after that to make sure that we're successful in those goals in a three-year period. Again, the best part about it, we can adapt and adjust as we need to make sure that we find success within our plan. And again, what's critical to this is establishing progress monitoring benchmarks to make sure that we're making progress moving forward. You can see some of the images. These are just some examples of some of the meetings. And as you can see, some of our LSC members were fully participating in the activity and reflection process based on one of the images. And I'm really proud of our students for being so proactive in this work as well. So what we're going to focus on our proposed CIWP for the 4 years, and what I'd like for us to do moving forward in this, and it doesn't mean it needs to take this amount of time, but that we allocate basically 20 minutes for each priority. 5 minutes for an overview, and then 15 minutes for any questions and discussions to this priority. Again, this structure is going to help us kind of make sure that time is allocated to the LSC to ask some instrumental questions and some reflection. Some we may not be able to adjust and adapt to today, but some we can add to at future meetings based on how the the CIWP is set up through the PPLC and the LSC and those feedback points. Again, these are the 3 points. You're going to see a link, and this has been shared with you prior to today. There's a link to what we call the CIWP placemat and a link to our overall CIWP. The CIWP is a formal document that is on a Google Sheet that can sometimes be overwhelming and complicated. What we wanted to make sure is that you had a placemat that kind of created a run a show or flow for each one of the proposed priorities. And so you'll see this is the overall breakdown of the 3 areas in which we're going to engage with today: curriculum instruction, post-secondary success, connectedness, and well-being. What's essential to us as an international and baccalaureate school is that we're always making connections to the IB standards and practices. You've heard a lot about IB. Going into this, you can see that we've made some tremendous strides within building our connection to MYP, to our careers program, and our DP program as an IB for all school. And that is important to us that you see that within the CIWP as well. And I appreciate that, because that sometimes can get lost in translation, and each team and each subgroup committee has been focused on making sure that that is a part of this work. So moving forward with this, again, LSC members, I would encourage you to use the CIWP placemat, as that's how our slides are laid out to help you kind of walk through this process. And I see our magnificent team sitting at the table right there to support curriculum instruction. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Team Curriculum and Instruction.
Thanks, Dr. Steinmiller. It's the 4 of us plus Ms. Kaler. No, stay right there. You're good. You're good. Jane and Alexander were all part of this, and you as well, Mr. Thomas. So the 4 of us are here, but everyone can jump in. So we'll do 5 minutes if we need it of context and background. Is that right?
5.
I think
so. We have 20 for this whole goal.
Yeah.
And then 5-minute summary, and then 15-minute discussion.
Yeah. So set a timer. So Ms. Kaler and I are going to tag team this, the background here. I think one thing that's important to note that you'll see on the placemat, that's a link, and you also see it here on the slide, is that we've crosswalked and mapped out each one of the, for each one of our priorities. Well, here it is. We've mapped it to the IB standards and practices. So, and these are the indicators that the IB will use when we are visited in 2 years time. So just want to make that call out and let folks know that. That's what that means too. So what we've done is we've created in our priority, we've created 2, Dr. Steinmiller, is there a way to make that larger as it was? We created 2 performance goals. One performance goal that is around students and one performance goal that is around teachers. We did this in part because when we did some investigating, some data analysis, when we talked with students, we discovered in our work to complete this, or rather identify a student-centered problem, we realized that we needed to think about this in terms of input, that is like what teachers are doing, teachers' knowledge, skill, professional learning. And then we needed to think about it in terms of output, if you will, like what are students saying, what are students experiencing? And so just to highlight a couple of things in the student-centered problem and the root cause, we notice, and you'll see this parallel in a handful of instances across all 3 priorities, is an uneven experience. This idea that there's an uneven experience from a student perspective based on their academic experience that we're hypothesizing is rooted in their academic program. That's rooted in their courses that they're taking. The intention behind this priority is to raise the floor, if you will, or raise every student's expectation, or the expectation would be that every student would have similarly rigorous, challenging, welcoming, et cetera, experience. It's good. Yeah. So as part of the process that is prescribed to us from CPS, do you have theory of action? I think that's you. Yeah.
I'm sure Ms. Crown is doing much better. Okay, so It's just a little articulate. If you can see here, as Ms. Tukey was saying earlier, we've been a diploma program, diploma program school since 1983. We made one, 1980. And since becoming an NYP school for all, or NYP school for all, I think we got accepted. 2014. No, I'm getting to my point here. I think that the point is that one of the things that we've realized as teachers is that there's a disconnect between, the diploma program, the CP, the NYP, and it needs to be more aligned. And for some of us that have been doing diploma program for a very long time, and believing very intensely in the IB philosophy, we believe that that needs to be extended out more. So that is part of our curriculum construction. See is that IB really supports that culturally responsive teaching and from a global perspective. And so you can see here that 100% of our students, we want to, as teachers, be more vertically aligned. We want to be culturally responsive, and we want to align to the IB standards and practices. So our work is going to be that on creating PD professional development that can be meaningful.
I think so structurally what you'll see in this presentation is we're going to keep the performance goals. Yeah, we're going to keep the performance goals at the top each time. That way, you know what we're grounded in. The last thing I'll say before we move on is that the theory of action is intended to be this, like, if you read nothing else as someone who is interested in what we're doing here at LP, this should paint a picture for you about what we believe is important, what we will do, and what we expect to see as well. That's essentially what each of the theories of action center on. And as an extension of this, if we go to the next slide, thank you, Ms. Gailey. If we go to the next slide, as part of CPS's expectation, there was an expectation you create some milestones. We believe what's more important are the goals, which we'll talk about in just a second. Dr. Steinmiller, if you would. And then, like I said, we divided these into two. One is a student goal, or some goals around the student experience. And what you see here are, what you'll see here is mirrored in our teacher goals. So the idea of evidence from what we see happening in classrooms, perfect. What we see happening in classrooms and what students report to us is happening in classrooms. So we're looking at this in two ways, both what are we actually seeing in classrooms and what are students telling us this.
And I think that's Brad, or the question that came from Peter that you had is, why are we here at 70% or 80%? I think that's what you were asking.
It was in a teacher performance. Yeah. The next. We'll get the discussion in a second. Is that a good wrap, or?
No, I think that you can ask questions based on this. We want 100% of teachers engaging in practice. Also, the reality is over 3 years, it might not be 100% that is exactly where we want, or what teachers will say is occurring. So we tried to be realistic as well, the same with the students. I don't know if you have any,
I think that's also.
Yeah, bring it to your, Danielle.
I think that specific question was specifically.
Could you just summarize that? Are we going to move to the discussion, the Q&A now? So we've got 15 minutes for this section.
What was the question?
Okay.
So for those at home who have no idea what we're talking about, or those behind us, Brad Kessler sent a question around if you check the second goal there. So year 3, 85% of teachers net agree. That one right there where Dr. Steinmiller is. Some questions around, like, how did 30 come up? How did 60 come up? And we spent a lot of time debating this. Ms. Crown is happy and willing to share our thinking in this as a group, as a collective.
Yeah, so
Yes, yeah, 15 minutes. 15.
So one of the things that we want to change is we want our unit planning to be more purposeful and more aligned with IB standards. And when IB comes to do our visit, that is something that they are going to be looking for. We have always had to turn in lesson plans or unit plans, I'm sorry. But we haven't, we don't have any sort of system or oversight to those unit plans. And so I will readily admit, I turned in unit plans last week. I turned them in so that I could turn them in. I plan, I reflect, 24/7, I am reflecting, but the unit plans that I'm turning in are not reflecting or don't reflect that level of work that I'm actually putting into the work that I do. So we want our PD to help support teachers to use the unit plans more effectively, more productively, and so that we can really increase our experience as an IB school for teachers and for students. And so if this is year one and we have many teachers who are whose unit plans right now are not reflective of the IB standards, it is going to take us time this year and PD time this year to help help teachers understand how to be more purposeful and productive with our unit plans. And so that's, I think, why we have that 30%, because by the end of the year, we will have some teachers who are able to do that. And then every year we're increasing not just our capacity to do that, but also our buy-in and our trust in the program as a whole.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Ms. Crown. I think how I read this was more of like a survey response to a professional learning. So they thought the professional learning was worthwhile. Now, I think what you're talking about, which is probably confusing me a bit, is that you're talking about the fidelity of the unit planning, of whether they actually have a good product or so.
Sure, because
Yeah.
I think the first thing that you said is right above that. So by year 3, we have 100% of teachers engage in professional learning around culturally responsive teaching and essential components of a unit plan. We've got 100% participating in that for all 3 years. But then we need another system. We don't want to just, okay, you've done the professional development. We want a way to see, is this professional development actually purposeful and effective? And the way that we're going to measure that one way is by looking at the unit plans teachers are turning in. So that's the next spot. And then the next way is looking at student performance and student results.
Okay. So like what I think then is potentially missing out of this description then is taking a look at the unit plans.
Yes, so that's in the very last. Let me help. So everything Danielle said was about the 4th goal. What I would say is I'll tease out something that Danielle said. This idea that like the professional development that is listed in that 2nd goal has to be rooted in 2 things. I think one is teachers have to be a part of the planning for that professional development. That goal holds us accountable to that. We all know we want teachers involved in that. And so we know that we need teachers to provide input on that, because teachers will be the ones who are saying yes or not, it's changing my practice. One. The second thing we need to do is like, we plan to contextualize the 2nd goal there around this idea of like, there is occasionally this like, oh, I'll just agree. We're going to contextualize and share this goal with teachers and say like, if it's not meeting expectations, you'll need to say disagree. If it's not changing your practice, you'll need to say disagree. We're planning on 4 options. So what we're hoping for is that we can, 1, make it meaningful, have teachers involved so that there's an element of trust in it, and then say like, we're holding our feet to the fire, if you will. We really want your feedback on this. And it's been, somebody said it, it's been like X number of years since there's been really thoughtful work around unit planning, professional learning around unit planning. And I think our assumption is that it might be difficult to get a breakthrough moment with teachers in year 1, that the 5 sessions they go to that are 45 minutes long are really changing. We expect the yes, my practice has changed to be low, One, because September, right? And we know by the time we execute this really well, we think that that's pretty realistic. So what Danielle was saying in terms of like outputs is the fourth thing. Ms. Crown was saying.
Mr. Cotton, do you have a question? Yeah, under the student-centered problem, this section says, and I quote, that we will afford students greater access to academic experiences that will prepare them for college, career, and or post-secondary pursuits. I'm just kind of wondering to what extent the efficacy of this will actually hold those words true. We've seen multiple testimonies today in regards to lack of access to Arabic. We've seen claims that we can't offer AP physics because of a lack of interest from students. So what sort of restrictions in the way that we've structured our school and the way that we've used human resources will actually impede us from achieving these goals? And are these goals actually things that we'll hold ourselves to, or are they just things that we're saying? Because a lack of physics in the AP level or a lack of Arabic are, in my opinion, doing the opposite of affording students greater access to academic experiences. So how do we actually do what's on this paper?
I mean, if I just look at the sentence and I'll let the team respond, I hear the answer to that in the first half. Like the way we're going to afford those greater access, better experiences is by strengthening opportunities for increased student engagement and deeper relevance and challenge in the curriculum. So it's kind of like whatever we got today, let's make it more relevant, more challenging, more engaging is what I'm hearing. But I don't know if that's the right answer or not. But just looking at what that sentence, that seems to be the theory.
It's very challenging to engage in Arabic if you're not sitting in Arabic, or it's difficult to sit for an AP physics exam if the class is not offered.
I think you're bringing up a point that we talked about, and that is, you know, I know that Danielle and I working on this understand that the professional development that has been around and the follow through, I think, for administrators has, you know, created a dynamic where there might be lack of trust, or the, you know, how much can we do? I think we, and Mr. Stuckey agreed that administration is going to have to be part of this, and that they have to oversee and hold people accountable in the right ways. I don't know if I'm really answering that, but you're right. There has to be a relationship that is built here that I think is really not there yet for those things that you brought up, that we're concerned about as teachers. You might want to speak to that, Mr. Stuckey.
I'm going to try. Dr. Steinmiller, are you there? Can you come off mute? Did you catch Mr. Cotton's question?
Yes, I did.
Perfect.
Did you want to answer, or did you want me?
I think it'd be great if you could.
Got it. I mean, if we're looking at our student-centered problem, we're focusing on opportunities. When we're talking about across the board, we have over 600 plus classes. And when we're talking about equal opportunities, more preparation for college and career and post-secondary pursuits, you'll see that in the other priorities that we have. We are very good as a school. And we've been very good as a school for years for making sure certain programs are exemplary for the students in those programs. A focus of this is making sure that we expand that. This isn't about an individualized course. This is about the overall scope of our entire school, that when our students are 9th and 10th graders, they are all MYP students, every single one of the students. And that was something that you're already seeing some successes that we're having within our groups, and that our careers program, you can see some of the development there, that we have to build these out so that we have all students having these opportunities. I would love to see, and this isn't one of the goals necessarily you're going to see here, but over a 4-year period and ultimately a 6-year period that our students all have an opportunity to take a college and career course before they graduate. But what we have to start doing is making sure that every class that our students are in are consistent with our values as an IB school, and they're not. And that's okay. And I appreciate the reflection of our teachers in the spring when we talked about where our unit plans were, where they're growing and how we're moving forward, and in a safe space for them to share, hey, this needs work, this needs a lot of work, or no work at all. But when we get to our evaluation with IB in 25, we are not going to be putting forward just a submission of a unit plan. And I know that happens in evaluations sometimes. But when we get to that point of submitting unit plans, those are living and breathing documents that are taking place in the classroom. They exhibit the experiences that our students are having. Now that is when you start seeing that these curricular experiences, the access to academic experiences, that's what it means to be an IB school. And that's when you'll start seeing the results of what a student-centered problem actually being addressed. And I feel like that this priority puts a lot of really great work and creating that support over a 3-year period to accomplish that. I hope that answered your question.
Can I ask one other question?
Yeah, let me just answer one other. Here's just my thought as a part-time member of this committee. It seemed to me that students today have what I'll call false access, meaning that there's a class, but it's not aligned to the IB philosophy or curriculum. And so the purpose of this is to raise the bar and create the coherence that we expect from IB for what we're already allowing access for. And that's the bulk of our classes. So that to me was the driver behind this, which I think is great.
Just a question on something that I saw was missing, and I was just curious whether it was something that was thought through and then just said it wasn't necessarily didn't rise to a metric, was trying to encourage a data review cycle. I know that was something that was feedback from interviews of teachers and chair faculties last year, was that there just wasn't that culture inside the building to get data back in timely fashions and have time set aside to then review the data to inform instruction and inform unit planning. Was that discussed at all? And potentially this was just a more important milestone, or is that something that's maybe embedded in something else? I'm just curious.
I think it is embedded. We're all like looking around. If you would, Dr. Steinler, would you move ahead to the teacher goal? We'll look at the last one, just a couple more, one more. So the way we think about the third goal here, when we think about from an IB perspective, we think about this idea of standardization in part as the opportunity to say, let's lay out how students performed on an assessment that might have been administered in the TCT. So the context here is like a group of teachers that all teach AP World History, stepping back from an assessment and looking to see like how students do. So like the granularity, if you will, of data review here is with respect to curriculum and instruction and embedded in that. I think we've made, I don't know if this is what you were asking, but I'll say, I think we've made some increased strides at the start of this year. For the first time, we shared incoming 9th grade data with all members of the 9th grade team. So they have a sense of how students performed in their 8th grade year, how they performed in the high school admissions test, what their attendance was in 8th grade. The idea is that like from an asset-based perspective, teachers are beginning to learn more about the students in front of them. So I guess I'll answer that both ways. One, we've committed not in the CIWP, but to be better about that. This idea of like data sharing, data analysis. But I think we would think about data analysis with respect to an assessment or a unit plan in that third.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I know that what's absent here, because I understand from what Ms. Crown was saying, is that there's a way to go. And so this is getting to just the submission aspect. And I know what you're talking about, Ms. Crown, and obviously Mr. Yusaki, is the quality of the unit plan, which is not reflected in here, right?
It is. If you check that fourth goal. So each of the goals in year 1, 2, and 3 have two parts. One, an expectation, a compliance expectation, if you will, that they're submitting. And then a quality expectation or a quality goal in the second. So 100% in year 1 are submitted semester 2. 50% of those will demonstrate the essential components.
Okay, so that demonstrate.
Both.
Okay, so demonstrate. So it's to demonstrate the essential is not, did you list this? Check. Did you list this? It's something that's actually
one of the things
more
we
subjective.
plan to do as as a subgroup is figure out what exactly are the essential components and build out, for lack of a better phrase, like a tool that we can say objectively, if we look at this unit plan, here's where it would score, or here's what it looks like in comparison to what we know needs to happen. Bless you. In 2 years' time for our visit, but also what's just good teaching.
And I'm like,
It already exists.
For MYP, we don't even have to develop a tool. We have an evaluating MYP unit planners that takes you through each component and gives you criteria to score on different levels. So we already have that. We've used it in the past. We haven't used it in the last few years. But yeah, this already exists, and it's teachers can use it on their own unit plans and reflect. We the coordinators can look over the units and give feedback, etc. So it's really a well-designed tool.
So I had, Alicia, please. All right.
Apparently we're out of time. So, I know this thing is, at least the languages, everything is focused on IB, but I think currently we have students that are not in the IB program. So are we just ignoring those students, or is it just a language thing that's in here that
I think
I'm not following?
I think Peter, you described it really well earlier when you talked about like raising. Our belief is that the hallmarks and the tenets of the IB experience should be available and accessible to every student at LP. So when we say like our North Star is what the IB does, we're not saying, and if you're not in the IB diploma program, you don't matter. What we're saying is that every student in this building in the 11th and 12th grade should have the same level of education and dedication, a holistic education and dedication that students in the diploma. So what we're saying is like, we honor the fact that you're in an AP literature class, but we also know that it's sort of, it is teacher created what that context, what that unit plan looks like. And we've got a structure with the IB. So it's about raising the floor so every student's experience is strong.
Yeah, and also
You speak in the mic, please.
Oh,
Ms. Hookie, thank you.
and also to teach, technically, the diploma program doesn't present itself as being a framework as the middle years program does, but it actually is. And in all the subject areas, in fact, one can easily submit a course that you have at a school to the IB and be able to give an exam and award IB credit for the course. There are school supported courses, and we have not done any of that so far, and we may or may not want to do it, but there is absolutely no reason you cannot teach any AP course as you cannot teach to IB and have students take AP courses afterwards. I did it for a number of years with psychology and with other subjects, and it really is no problem whatsoever. You figure out what the IB curriculum, the AP curriculum, they're not totally different. And you you do it in an IB way, but the students can take different exams from it. So it's not a problem.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I think it's a great question, Alicia. So what I'm
We
hearing.
haven't done it in the last few years. I mean, part of things we got to remember there's COVID. So that really did take the wind out of a lot of stuff.
Okay, so just to summarize what I'm hearing is that the IB has specific programs like MYP, CP, VP, and of course those have to be aligned to IB. But even all the other courses that are not part of those programs, we still want to teach to the same philosophy and standards and coherence, so that basically every student is getting an IB experience, whether you're in that program or not. So I think it should affect all classes for the whole school.
So how is that reflected in there? This idea that all the classes are being elevated to this.
Well, so.
I think it says here to say that
Yeah.
100% students experience engaged with that level. So it's 100% students, no matter what program.
I'm going to say this.
I think you're correct. And you hit something that has been a roadblock for us, I think, and because Lincoln Park is so diverse in its curriculum. We have a strong AP program, and we have a strong DP, right? But and me being an AP teacher sophomore year, I had to make that shift in some ways, but it's the philosophy of IB that can be, incorporated into all of our classes. So if it's an AP course, that's fine. They have a structure. They have a test, an externally assessed test. We're not saying that they have to follow necessarily the curriculum, but the philosophy, and the ATL skills, all of that can be sort of harmoniously brought into it. And I think there's going to be some pushback. Teachers are extremely independent in some ways, right? They do what they do. But I think that if we work together on this, that it can create more of unity, I think, within the school.
I want to thank you, Ms. Kaler. I want to add also that we every 9th and 10th grader at this school, every freshman, every first year, every sophomore, we consider to be a student in the IB. And so as it currently exists, when they become juniors, if they don't enter the IB program, they no longer have experiences similar to what they had in 9th and 10th grade. And we want to correct that. And we want to say that if every student comes here for 2 years as a middle year student in 9th and 10th grade, to suddenly in 11th grade be like, there's nothing that's holding your education together. There's nothing that's uniting you. We find that to be problematic. And so we're like raising, the idea is that the expectation, our outcomes here will raise all boats. We'll give every student an experience in their junior and senior year that is as rewarding as their freshman.
So I appreciate the AP classes, kind of at the same par as IB classes. But what about the double honors or the honors classes? Because I don't think all the students are taking AP classes or IB classes.
That's right. And so what
Are
we're
also those honors classes are also being elevated?
exactly. The goal, our work
that's
in
the
this,
goal,
that they
then.
would, yeah. That's the goal.
That would be the goal then.
What is actually, is there any for LP referential program or school? Because IB, as I understand, it's a kind of pretty strict world-defined structure, methodology, right? Educational methodology. So how free you are in interpreting this methodology? And I mean, it's not important. Maybe you could do whatever you want to, but at the same time, you want to be accredited for many reasons. So and you said for 2012, you have this middle years program. So what's the development? What's the story of development of the program? What is your filter and criteria and assessment when you say, okay, now I go that direction or this direction? Because it seems to me we are now making some kind of, decision on taking some, say, direction in something. So what's the referential program? That would be, is there a need to do that at all in IB curriculum? No, when you guys as a group are deciding and making this curriculum, school curriculum, how free you are to make it very specific LP in this school, in this city, or you look in another city, another school, so that's my question. All of it, because we talk about independence of all the programs, the whole evening, I think. Yeah.
In the MYP, I can just speak to the grades 9 and 10. We have a lot of flexibility in what we teach in the classrooms, but we are following the IB objectives. Every course has 4 objectives outlined by the IB, and those are what we assess the students on. So the assessments that the teachers are creating have to align with those objectives. Not all 4 at once. You can choose they're A, B, C, and D for every course. But within that, we have flexibility on like what is the task we want the students to use to show what they've learned, right? So our curriculum could look a lot different than other MYP units in other places, other countries, but the standards are the same. So it's how you go about doing it. That's why our teachers need training and a common understanding on how to use the rubrics, how to create the assessments. They have enough rigor and the unit planning and the closer look at unit planning is going to help us do this, because if teachers don't have a common understanding of how to create the assessments and how to use the rubrics, the whole program falls apart, to be honest with you. So the rigor needs to be there, number one, and the standardization and common understanding of teachers, and how do we have the level of rigor that we need to have to make this program successful.
Okay, and we should probably wrap up in just a minute.
And I would also add the complexity. The having of different voices, but in an integrated fashion. Whatever the thing is, it could be something very simple, but you could, the IB we would be looking at having 2 or 3 ways of approaching it. I mean, they don't put a number on it, but there's different approaches. The IB emphasizes that you could, within a subject area, you could solve a problem in different ways. And I think to build in that kind of thinking where you're not looking necessarily just for the right answer, but you're looking at something to see possibilities for growth, for development, for expansion. That's what IB can be. And there's no reason we cannot come up with a simple, perhaps may initially look like a simple template that we could use and take a look at different courses or different assignments to kind of demonstrate how you could take something and give the thing a bit of an IB approach. And in doing that, you're actually using a lot of the things that have been shown, the approaches that develop creative thinking and inventive thinking, as well as analytical thinking, and ways of linking and approaching different subjects and connecting them with topics in other areas. And that's what IB is about. But there is a very core structure with IB. It's not anything goes, but it's an approach that you can apply to any kinds of materials.
Thank you. Did that help somewhat? Okay, enough for now, or do you feel like we need, okay. I had one quick question. There's a metric on X% of students feel the curriculum is relevant and engaging or something. So adolescent attitude toward relevance of many courses. I think you've set a very interesting bar. So just quick comment on that, not to be cynical, but if you want to hold ourselves to that, that's great. But, you know, you have kids saying, I need to know pre-calculus or whatever. I'm sure you've heard it more than me. So, you know, the whole, I'm never going to use it again. Are you worried about that or not really? I don't need a defense, but you're not really worried about that.
You two were part of it. Do you have any reactions to that? Not to put you on the spot. I realize
put you
you
on
haven't
the
said
spot.
anything and to put you on.
So there's a metric, it says here, just right here. 80% of students report in the degree of funding the curriculum feels relevant and engaging. So that's the question. I'm just saying, is it realistic that we'll have that many students saying this is relevant? Maybe they'll say it's engaging. That's good, but just real quick, is the committee worried about that?
Yeah, well, I completely see where you're coming from. I don't have the depth of knowledge to be able to speak for the entire student body by itself, but I would say that students, even though they may have different attitudes towards a subject in particular or the application of a specific subject in everyday life, I would say that they'd be able to recognize at least in part improvement. And I think that they would be able to see differences in methods of education by more IB principles being taught. So I think they would be more favorable towards that question if they were able to see concrete improvement. And I think that if that concrete improvement is what we're really looking for, which I believe that CIWP says it is, then that would be able to speak for itself through the improvement statistics.
Okay, thank you. Jane, did you want to say something? Yeah.
Just to go off that, I remember when I was asked this question in the meeting, we kind of went over it. I was thinking more in terms of like application and applying it to like every day. So even if the actual information, like you were mentioning pre-calculus, and I get that. It's like, I believe I said that before. But like more in terms of like, not the specific, but like, how can I use what I've learned in class today and just apply that in general in any situation?
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But I think when you also look at relevance, it's not just relevance and application. It's relevance in what you're actually being taught. So like how it applies to like a more cultural and societal approach. It's the idea of relevance is very, very multifaceted. So and it's also a question that can be left to some interpretation. So I think knowing that if we're able to look at it in a few different ways, that all of which are being targeted, I think that leaves room for success that can be expected.
Thank you very much.
And can I just finish?
Sure.
By year 3, we said 80%. So I think we're being realistic that we're not going to get all of our students to love and adore school.
Okay.
You know, we're trying to be realistic and bring them as far as we can.
Sorry to interrupt. I will say though, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of a loving school. I think it's just more of like a mutual respect sort of thing rather than like an actual enjoyment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Tukey, one quick final comment.
Increase you take the course, you get the topic, and you kind of see, well, yeah, I think that maybe it could be relevant. And then you kind of go on a bit, and then you can see students looking back and saying, wait a minute, this fits over here too. And as I learn more things, I see why they were telling us that in October. And so as you go through something, and as you deepen your understanding of things, you're doing relevance. So relevance isn't just what I see right now, like, I don't know, it's relevant to what I do after school or something. You develop relevance in different ways as you deepen your knowledge in each subject area. And I think that's what we want. Your knowledge and your comfort level in all different areas of knowledge.
That's a very nice note to close on, Ms. Tukey. Thank you. Oh,
I gotta
Brad,
close on it.
please.
Sorry.
As they're-
I'm going to close on a less nice note.
Okay.
The only thing, the parity between,
Maybe you're just a less nice person
I'm a
than
less
Ms.
nice person.
Tukey.
Well, for
Okay.
sure. I mean,
All right.
obviously. The parity between like when we started the conversation on professional learning at the 30% in year 1 compared to, you know, students finding it relevant, you know, in year 1 of 60%, it's giving there's just a discrepancy there that like I'm having a hard time reckoning, because I would think that if we're saying that we're doing not that great of a job getting through to teachers and professional learning experiences in year 1 to make it relevant, how are we going to achieve 60% relevance in year 1 for students? And so, you know, that's where I would, if we could put a pen to this, I would say that they should align in some degree a little bit better.
Yeah, students have been asked this question last year in a survey that Student Voice created.
Oh, good. Okay.
And it was like 70-something%, but the language net agreed, but the language wasn't as precise as we want it to. And we think that when we work with Student Voice to make this survey question more precise, that we might take a little bit of a hit numerically. And so I think that's part of the calculation 1.
Okay. And decent turnout for that survey?
What do we have, like 5?
I believe it was more, what was that?
I shouldn't have said a number.
Yeah, I Jane's going to look for it, but I believe off the top of my head, it was more in the realm of 800 to 1,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And as we transition, I'll say the score on the football game is 55 LP 0 to 0. 55-0.
Wait, what was that? Oh, really?
Yeah, 55-0.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Who are we playing?
I don't. If it's 0, sure. Yeah, I was gonna say if it's 0, doesn't matter.
Talk about Lions roar. That's fantastic. Way to go, Lions. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. As a point of
Instructional
information,
core,
how many minutes over was that? Probably 10. Okay.
It's my fault.
I feel as though like we should either be equitable in the ways that we restrict people's timing or let everyone go over. And that's not a thing on Amy or anything. It's just, yeah, it's
You know, maybe 20 is short. I just feel like this is a once in a 3-year thing. You know,
I think that this is probably going to be the longest because it's curriculum and instruction, but maybe I'm wrong.
Fair.
We were really, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you, Mr. Cottons. Mhm.
No, it's good.
Yeah. Okay, so the next live and die by a time.
Oh.
Okay, the next subgroup we have is I don't know, whoever would like to go. We have connected or post-secondary. Post-secondary, okay. Oh, I see it's up on the screen here.
Yeah, got post-secondary up. Mr. Young is having difficulty getting online. He also had a family medical thing that needed to be addressed today with his kid being sick. But I just texted him to see if he's gonna hop on. But for the time being, I'm gonna make sure I move forward with it. So we're
Okay.
time.
Okay.
So something to consider is our goal within
So
this.
Dr. Steinmiller, just summarize 5 minutes, and then we're going to do Q&A.
You got it.
Is that good? Thanks.
So our goal within all of these priorities, there should be some type of connectedness. And so if you've looked at our professional learning calendar that we've already shared with everyone in the LSC, but also our teachers, previous to that, you saw what were some of the dates we already had set for unit planning. So we have that built in with our professional learning, and so we can set realistic goals and timelines. Same thing kind of aligns within our post-secondary. So what you're going to see here, this is the exact same structure as in our share out for curriculum and instruction. And again, what we were seeing through the variety of different data points and feedback is just the overall uneven opportunities for engagement and experiences of our students for post-secondary opportunities, and a need for an infrastructure that really creates that timeline for all stakeholders to support all students. And so as we're looking at our root cause, we need to make sure that all our teachers, our counselors, our parents, our community, everybody is taking a proactive engagement process to help families and make sure that we have clear timelines for communication that helps build this ultimately engagement of multiple stakeholders to support individual students. And often, sometimes we think about root cause, sometimes it defaults to individual teachers with their one-on-one relationships or counselors. And again, we already know that with our ratio of counselors that we don't necessarily have that ratio. Even with our college career coach, if he were to meet with every senior for an hour, I think I forget the math off the top of my head, but he would have to do it kind of straight for 30 plus day, half of the school year. So he wouldn't be able to do this. And so we need to think of a way that we create a better structure, because we have a great opportunity to be more successful with this. And as we look at our performance goal, and that's why you see that connection at the very top, is we want our students to 100% to have learn, plan, succeed completion. And that's basically a learning plan over a 4-year period while our students are at Lincoln Park High School. That 100% of our students have FAFSA completion or alternative applications. Not all students can actually apply for FAFSA, but there are alternative methods. And that means that every student has a plan through school and as they leave school. And again, focusing on alumni persistence. So that means once our students get into their post-secondary plan, that they're successful in it. So if they go to college, they stay in college. And that's something that we want to see from all grade levels and all subgroups after graduation. It's sort of if you think about it, that's the big why in our work through instruction, is making sure that when students leave Lincoln Park High School, they are as successful as they could be. And so these are our student-centered problems and root causes. And so as we look into the if-then statement, we're focusing on, and again, you can read this as well, so I don't know unless I read it to you, but part of it is about communication and establishing a shared vision for what post-secondary work looks like. How do we engage multiple stakeholders such as parents, teachers, counselors, community, and partners? And we believe if we do that work by engaging multiple stakeholders and through a timeline of communication and structure, that we'll have more consistent messaging, we'll increase the amount of interventions and supports for our students to be able to get there, and that our students will be able to adjust and adapt to some of the students who have more needs. There are some families that they have clear plans in place and their families are there to support. We have families in which that is not the case. And so we need to make sure we can do that for all students. And so the if-then statement leads to that 100% of our students have an individual learning plan that goes from 9th, 10th, and 11th to 12th grade. They have post-secondary plans, and not just having a plan. Similar to what you heard with unit planning, it's not just about turning a unit plan in. It's about having a quality experience and expectation for match fit. When I mean match fit, the students are going to universities they're going to be successful in, that they're prepared for, that it's affordable, that they have multiple options laid out before them. So this isn't just a checklist of, hey, you made it, but what does that really look like for individualizing this experience for all of our students? And that's what you see in our if-then statement. And that leads to, again, improved enrollments for our students going to college, persistence, they stay in college. And then again, some of the pathways to get there are the financial aid plans. And you can see now some of the connections to our unit planning in that work is the more we build up college going experiences within our classroom and preparedness over a 4-year period, the more successful the students will be as they go into college or alternative career options. So these are the variety of the milestones that we were looking at. And in short, what we're looking at is professional learning teams to help support this work, making sure that all our stakeholders are educated on the post-secondary vision and what that means and options that are available. If you probably survey different parents, different teachers, different staff members, you know, the post-secondary opportunities really range in quite a few different ways. And how do we make sure everybody has that same vision? And then what are the tools and the resources available? An example would even be even during our beginning of the year professional development, Mr. Young engaged our students in just seeing what some of those resources look like. So he took all of our teachers through SchoolView, a new resource for what our students will be using, and making sure that our teachers have access to that and understand it. And again, it's going to be a learning process. So these are our overall goals, and there are a variety of goals associated with the Learn, Plan, Succeed, having plans, making sure that FAFSA is completed and alternative. You see that, again, over a time period of 24, that our professional learning team develops, and that we're focusing on building early college career access and opportunities for our students. You see African-American students being a subgroup that is focused on. Something that I would probably adjust and adapt to, especially with our increase of ELL students, is how are we supporting all students, meaning some of our Latinx students in this work as well. Prior to this is based on previous data, and the opportunity gap between our African-American students and all other students was a wide gap. Our Latinx students was not as wide. I think we need to be proactive in this and seeing that students coming in with a variety of needs, that this would be an adjustment that we would make already to our plan. But this was based on previous data where there wasn't much of a gap between Latinx students and our other students. But African-American students, there's a priority. So we want to make sure that there was a clear focus on supporting all students, but also then prioritize groups. And you can see a similar theme between this goal is that over 24, it builds into building the capacity of the team, increasing the success rates, and that ultimately we're extending the same goals into 26, but making sure that's even more student driven. So we have students taking a larger role in their post-secondary needs, their post-secondary plans, and how as a school, we can improve those processes. And then again, how teachers are involved in this. We already have within our professional learning calendar sessions for our counselors to push into 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th grade classes. That's aligned to our professional learning calendar, that's aligned with this priority. Again, this is it's not a simple priority, but is a very specific priority in improving the plans, engagement with our students and families, and then supporting the success plans for our students after they graduate. And this is heavily influenced by curriculum and instruction. And so I think as much time was spent on curriculum and instruction is warranted, because that influences our preparedness for these post-secondary opportunities. So I appreciate that everybody did take the time to ask those questions, but this is our proposed CIWP for post-secondary.
Great, thank you, Dr. Steinmiller. Questions? Yeah, Paul Kendrick.
Yeah, so first off, so with alternative applications, so would that be like if someone wanted to pursue a skills training program, an application that they did for something that's not higher education? Or how are you defining alternative application?
It could also be they're not a U.S. citizen, and they're so that's it's more focused on people who are not U.S. citizens and aren't eligible to apply for FAFSA.
Paul, where is that? Just real quick, so I can try.
Just like the 100% doing FAFSA or alternative.
Oh yeah, okay,
So,
got it.
all right, so anyone that's eligible for FAFSA, we want them doing FAFSA, but and then in the improved enrollment in plan in the which leads to section, so but 100% is the goal, so is like improved enrollment in plan or persistence in plan, is that kind of implied, or trying to understand what you're defining as plan there, how that is different? I mean, if we reach 100%, that is an improvement, right? How are we defining it?
So we're seeing that when it comes to actually our systems we have for post-secondary, when it per like a post-secondary plan or an individual learning plan, we actually have a high percentage. It's like 99, like a real high percentage of students who are putting the plans together. What we're looking for, and you see that's kind of the difference, it's not just having a post-secondary plan, but the quality of the plan. And that is a major shift, I think, and similar to the unit plans that we heard earlier. It's not just about submitting a unit plan. It's about having our post-secondary plan that is quality. I want to challenge the match fit. I want to challenge that our students are applying to more than one school, that they're applying to 3+ schools. Sometimes our students, until they get on a campus of a school, don't realize, whoa, this is a great opportunity for me. They have, I've always heard of blank school. And so aren't really seeing their options. I'm exploring the affordability to it, because we could have students who actually get into the school, their plan is set. They can't afford it. They end up dropping out before they don't even enroll to the school. And so what we want to say is this is a quality of plan that we can help support, to do alumni support during the summer to make sure that they actually enroll in that school. So I want a better plan. I think we're doing a good job with our percentage. We just want to improve the quality of it.
So is it improved college enrollment in the plan, or just kind of unclear what?
So I'll give an example.
I get the improved persistence in plan, and it sounds like we're saying, and we want to improve the quality of plans and student investment plans, just not understanding that bullet could be unclear.
Yeah, I think we can improve the in the wording, probably in the CIWP doc. I think we expand a little bit, but we can be more specific with that, with what it means. Often, and this is what'll sometimes happen, is we'll have a plan and it'll check off that of our 500 seniors, they all have plans. But what we could see with that one plan is they've already said, I'm going to UIC, and that's the only school that I'm going to. Check. The counselor's like, all right, you already know what you're doing. What we want to make sure is, good, you have a plan to UIC. What scholarships are you applying for? What type of funding are you getting? Are you living on campus? Are you living off campus? How can we support that when you get to UIC, that you have a resource, somebody to go to, who to go to if you're having any struggles with that school. Now, again, we don't have, I know of schools that sometimes have numerous alumni coaches. We aren't in that space yet, but that's something that some schools do. That's what I mean by the quality, is that we know each student's steps in detail.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Thank you. And then, I guess the only other thing is, it's similar to what we were saying in the last one, but if this needs anything more about how we're going to do it, because I think it's great. I think these are the right goals. I think it's really well articulated. But I know it's a real challenge capacity wise of our guidance council ratios, burden on people. So, I like the mention of alums, but just any other thoughts? I think this is the right North Star, but any other thoughts on what we need to put in place to reach it?
Yeah, and I actually would appreciate your help in that. With Mr. Young, because as you'll have a rising high school student eventually, I think the more we can have that communication, even with our 8th grade families. I'm not trying to volunteer you into it, but like
that's what I'd like to work on. So this is good.
Because part of what the wording we talk about is a 6-year vision of support, connecting with our 8th grade, that we can start that conversation even earlier. And how do we make that accessible in that kind of wording?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Paul Kendrick. Brad Kessler.
You touched upon this, Dr. Steinmiller, about diverse learners, for example. I think that especially when we look at like SY25, we're missing a moment right now to try to figure out how to increase post-secondary for diverse learners, ELL. It's screaming at us. Obviously, we've got a growing population of migrant, but even beyond that, it's just so hyper-focused on one population of student that I'm just proposing that whether even in SY25, we can figure that we're going to start focusing on diverse learners more inside of this. You touched upon it, but is there an opportunity to put this in the language?
Absolutely. Yeah. We could talk about, we could even take the African-American language off and just put subgroups in. And so when we report out, we can report out on all subgroups, but being very intentional about, again, what I will say is, and why this is highlighted, even our diverse learning population as we have a less opportunity gap between African Americans. So I think we need we can take this wording out and make an amendment to this. I have no problem with that. I think that makes a lot of sense, that we increase our subgroups. But we also want to make sure we're paying attention to one that has specifically just not really had tremendous growth over an extended period of time.
Okay. Alicia Hernandez.
So in the 24 goals, you're talking about increasing 5%, 10%. Does this mean that we're increasing classes, or are we displacing students, or are we oversizing classes? What's the take on this?
Our shift in, when we talk about access to classes for our post-secondary, again, it's students over the course of a year. That let's say you're in all standard classes your freshman year, that our students start moving towards AP classes by maybe their senior year, and so that each group of student, as we're seeing more enrollment, we've seen that within IB specifically, as was previously reported out with our DP. We were at a point which we're at 3%, we've increased to 4 or 5. Haven't seen this equity report yet, but we've already started to make some of these strides. And what we mean by percentages, it's not, you're looking at the gap that is missing. So if I'm at 80, if 80% of students are participating, 80% of students are participating in, let's say, a certain course, we would want to see the 20% that's missing, we'd want to be at 82. And that's sort of a 5 to 10% increase. I know that sounds kind of like weird, but it's as we start thinking about the students that are missing from taking classes. And so we want to look at, like, how do we get a 5 to 10%? This is an ambitious goal to start increasing the amount of students that are not taking classes.
Okay, so
there is the capacity in those opportunities.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially over, like, we want to think yearly that we're doing this, and it could be that students, again, our freshmen, we're building up over a 4-year period with our unit planning, so that by our senior year, some of our subgroup students are taking a class, and it could be an arts class through a dual enrollment. It could be we have a student who is doing oh man, I'm messing it up. Not carpentry, but plumbing, like through a different works program. He's been doing this his junior and senior year. So we actually have careers programs for our students. Those are college career credits. And that's what we're talking about. This isn't just mean AP or IB is the only solution or opportunity for post-secondary credits. We've been increasing this with just our language over the past 3 or 4 years. That's why you see 70+% of our students have earned college and career credentials. We're one of the leading schools in the district, and we're doing it in areas in IB and AB, as we consistently have, and in other areas outside of the traditional areas we have previously. And so how do we expand those opportunities for all students?
And then the other
okay,
question.
thank you. She has another question. Go ahead.
Yeah, the other question was on the monitoring the 4-year cohorts. Why aren't we doing that in, year 24 as well?
We are. We already are. Some of these things are already in place, but it's how do we improve what we're doing, and also make it sure it's a shared vision. So some of the work, like I can tell you FAFSA right now, and I get a report out on FAFSA completion rates. I have to know if a student is not completing the FAFSA, why. And I need to know exactly why that student is not going to be able to complete it. And it could be for legit reasons, but that has to come directly to me for every single student. That's not just for this year. That's been going on for years prior. So some of this is embedding the work that we're doing, but going back to the original goals that we have set up for this is, how are we creating a shared vision? Some of these things we're doing, you don't know. And so how do I make sure that you understand and know some of the work that's taking place that has been successful, that will continue to be successful, but even improve on some of this good work?
Dr. Steinmiller, it's Miss Kaler. Isn't it a CPS requirement that 100% of students do or complete the Learn, Plan, Succeed?
Correct. The goals are, and I'm actually lower than that, but let's just say it's 100%. It's not just about completing it. Like we can complete any percent.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering then why. And I know that I think last year we're pretty good about completion of FAFSA, considering we have such a high percentage of kids that are going off to university. But I'm just wondering, like, I think that what you were saying, I really agree with. I'm looking at this and just wondering what is different than sort of what's happening now. And I 100% Learn, Plan, Succeed and 100% FAFSA. I mean, we really already are doing that. I'm just wondering how, I don't know if you want to go to the next one, 100% of students, next one, then maybe, I don't know if that's it or not. Yeah, as I look at the goals, I don't know, I'm just not overall really, how are we going to do this? I guess all of this we're doing, it's just to what extent are we doing it well? And I'm wondering about the data. Like, for example, we have a large percentage of first generation
if we're going to say Latinx, I know that that's still debatable. But Latinos, Latinas that are in every program going off to university, but they have a difficult time of navigating that process because their parents aren't necessarily, they're immigrants. So I guess another student came to me today and said, I don't know who to go to because I'm looking at international schools. I just wish there was more depth to this than, I don't know. The goals are great. How deep are we? Yeah, there's really not much here that is
Well,
a stretch, or maybe I'm completely off. Or
I'll say,
yeah.
I'll just jump in myself. I do think the goals on in the theory of action part, I guess we have later goals later. Wait, if we, then we, which leads to, and then, yeah, I just think like, which leads to in the theory of action, 100% of students participating, 100%, improve quality, improve enrollment, improve persistence. I agree with Paul Kendrick. I think those are great goals, right goals. I'd love to see all of them have some sort of quantifiable something. Some do like 100%, others just say improved, how much, what's our target, kind of like the other one had, like 80%, 60, whatever. So I think that would just be one thing I'd like to see. With regard to like what we're doing, what I do see here is that's starting to happen is the root cause is we need more proactive communication and better family engagement. Therefore, we need a robust infrastructure and consistent timelines to communication to bolster engagement of all stakeholders to support all individual students. That's the main thing that I see. It's not happening. We're actually doing a lot more than we get credit for with Mr. Merle and stuff that's happening. Counselors are going to speak to students. Parents are out of the loop. And kids are not always sharing with parents, and parents are like, what's going on? And then like, oh, lots going on. Didn't know that. So that I think, and we have 92% going into post-secondary, 8% or not. This is meant to target that 8% and lift that by building a robust infrastructure. I do think, building that out needs to happen, but like building this PLT with a cross group of stakeholders, I think is one step. Educating about the vision. I'd love to see the vision. So I would invite Dr. Steinmiller, Mr. Young or you, someone to present, here is the vision. So we can all get excited about it. I think the elements are in here, but I think just like a vision presentation would be good. So yeah, I think there is more definition. Maybe that's the work, but I see it's about building an infrastructure to engage everybody around the student. That's happening in fragmented ways right now. My experience.
Yeah, and kind of building off of it, like we're doing some really great things, but then how do we continue to build off of that? And one of those, like as we were looking at the data, is again, it's about the quality of some of the plans. For example, like the past year, we had over 71% of our students earn early college career credentials. That is the third highest in 10 years at our school. I mean, so we're already starting to have these levels increase. How do we have more students are earning early college career credentials? And one of the things that we're struggling with as a school is one of those good, but we can be even better with, again, is like our graduation rates. And while we're seeing some successes with that, with our graduation rates, I mean, some are in the 80 upper, in the 80th percentile. That graduation rate, we can definitely continue to improve upon as students understand with the four-year process. So this is, while some of these things look very simple, to me, if we're at 83% graduation rate, there's no reason we can't be at 90%. And so those are things that we have to have by communicating what that plan looks like for all of our students over and over again. And so, like I love that our FAFSA rate is really high. But right
Dr.
now,
Steinmiller, we have to wrap in just a sec. So if you could.
Well, I'm done. But yeah, because right now we're at 85% for FAFSA rate. I want to get to 90. So these are things that you can see these goals. There's definitely lots of opportunity within the data to improve it. And that's where you see in this overall plan.
Okay. So I think to summarize what I'm hearing on this, and we're going to be voting, in a little bit on all this. Directionally, it seems good. I think maybe expanding the language to include all priority subgroups would be one potential change. maybe tweaking some of the goals, like Ms. Kaler said, you know, if we already have 100% compliance, why should that be a goal for next year kind of thing? So I don't know if how we vote on this, if we would like to see those changes made, if we can vote like contingent on those changes, that's something we could do. Okay. So maybe when we get to vote, we'll call out a couple of these specific things we'd like to see. But I think this is a great priority and a ton of great work. And I'm sorry Mr. Young couldn't make it. Would love to have him come and connect with the LSC and the community at some point in this forum. So
I want to celebrate him. I really want to thank him for his leadership in this work. He's done a really great job. He's worked with even people outside of just the school-based area for this and district level to help develop this priority. So this was his work. I probably did not do it the justice that he deserves, but I appreciate what he did.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So that completes CIWP goal number 2 on post-secondary success. So we've covered instruction, curriculum and instruction, post-secondary success. The last one is connectedness and well-being. And so I see Mr. Tom G. and Ms. Walker coming. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right.
Some cranberry juice.
Wow.
So helpful.
That's all Ms. Rosenthal. I think she was on a trash pickup today.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal, for hydrating the LSC. All right. Thank you. Well, we got back on track on our time for the last one. So just to summarize the format for this, we have 20 total minutes. You have up to 5 minutes to do a walkthrough. Just give us like your top through, and then we'll have 15 minutes for discussion. If you'd like to do it in 2 minutes and have more, that's fine, but that's just generally how we're doing it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So before we really get into it, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge the individuals that dedicated their time and energy and ideas to this development. Of course, Mr. G led a lot of the work, but also we had engagement from our school psychologist, Mr. Trotto. We had a lot of help from Mr. Fish, our school social worker, and then of course the involvement of our student intervention team, Mr. Johnson, Mario, Mr. Johnson, JJ, and then Ms. Shotwell. And so they were definitely some of the idea producers behind a lot of the work and spent a lot of time discussing and going back and forth. So I do want to acknowledge and celebrate their hard work and their participation and their input in this process.
Great, thank you. And just for awareness, could you just introduce yourselves? I should have done it previously, like who you are, but just some parents are new and so on.
Absolutely.
So if you don't mind.
I apologize. I am Elizabeth Walker, and I'm one of the assistant principals here at Lincoln Park High School. My work largely does support the efforts of our health, life, safety, behavioral teams here. And I work with our Langley departments and our physical education department.
Great, thanks. Mr. G?
And, I'm Tom Gobieski. I'm the Director of School Culture and Climate. A lot of people know me as Mr. G around here. And yeah, I just want to echo what Ms. Walker just said. First off, really appreciate her support from this. And when it comes to our student support team, I think we've got one of the best in the city, and I just really appreciate the work they've been putting in. And I'm thankful for the CIWP, including the connectedness and well-being part, because I think this is going to be something that can really catalyze the work that we've already got going and take it to another level. And starting off the year, one of the things I really emphasized in our opening PD for staff was the special place and the special opportunity that we have as a high school. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy this past summer put out a report on the epidemic of disconnectedness and loneliness. And we have a unique opportunity, being a space where people come in day after day, month after month, to really realize that this is a place to focus on relationships, focus on connectedness, support each other, and really make this a place for, you know, well-being and healing for people in many ways. And so the last couple of years within my role, I think I've been really focused on the climate piece of how do we get people back in the building after a pandemic? How do we create safety? We've gone from having one dean doing work to having a team of 3 people doing it, and some extensions beyond that where that's been helpful. We've also gone from having 1 social worker to a team of 4. And so we've really done a lot to kind of focus on those higher needs. I'm going to talk about multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, And I think right now we're really doing strongly on our kind of upper levels of the pyramid in terms of tier 2 and tier 3 support, that more intensive support. And now we need to kind of build out our culture, our mindsets to support the tier 1 piece that's going to support all students school wide. And I've heard in each of these different kind of sections talking about the need for alignment, the need for connection, communication. Sandy Kaler said teachers are very independent around here, which is great. The autonomy is great, but it can also be really challenging if we're not on the same page with our mission, vision, values, and what we're doing here. And so a lot of what I'm looking to do within this work and within the team is make sure that we are improving our communication, our alignment, and making sure that we're creating healing spaces across all parts of the school. So in terms of kind of how we're going about it, kind of talked about the student problem, talked about the root cause right there. We have a couple of goals that we're really working towards. And actually, I apologize. One of our performance goals is not on here right now. And so the ones that are listed on here, you see 80% of students are going to experience success with school-wide implementation of tier 1 SEL support, leading to an increased sense of connectedness and well-being throughout the school. And so that's school-wide alignment of norms and values, not just in the classroom, but what does it look like in the hallway, in the cafeteria, in our outside community spaces. Additionally, we want to see a 70% reduction in the repeated instances of needs for tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. Our BHT data last year in terms of risk assessments, hospitalizations, kind of really high level interventions we're having to do. We have a high frequency. We also saw over 3,000 students needing to come out of classes to get support throughout the last school year. And so as we're looking at that, we want students in class, we want them feeling safe and supported in class, having those relationships, because it's not a sustainable trend right now for our team of related service providers or social workers, psychologists, counselors to provide that work. So
Mr. G, could I just ask one question? You've been referring to some terms, tier 1, 2, 3, and then could you just
the slide deck for a second? Is it possible, or?
Dr. Steinmerl, could you go back?
So if we go to the slide where you saw Alexander doing his work with the pictures on the front end, there's gonna be a graphic that you can see. So this pyramid down on the bottom is a multi-tiered system of support pyramid. And it is something where you see on the bottom academics and behavior. And so the green section is where the culture and climate team is going to live. This is not a team that exists because we've been focusing on our behavioral health team to really respond to the high level of needs that we've had from students. So if we're doing things well as a school, we should be meeting the needs of 80% of our students academically and behaviorally within that bottom tier of support. And as you're going up in that yellow section and the red section, now we're getting into our behavioral health teams. The yellow section is going to be our tier 2. So tier 1's the bottom, tier 2 is the second section. So outside of that 80%, the next 15% should be captured within tier 2. And so that's utilizing groups, pullouts, small group kind of interventions. And then when we get up to that top level, the last 5% is going to be our most intensive interventions. That's going to be using one-on-one targeted support for students, either within our in-house related service providers or working with community partners, outside mental health professionals to meet those needs.
Okay, so just to summarize, what I'm hearing is there are these 3 tiers. It's 1, 2, and 3, and you've been focusing on tier 2 and 3, which are the most acute need, high need. We've now done a lot there, and now you want to continue that to the rest of the students. Is that right?
I think a lot of it's shifted where when things are going on, one of the first responses is let's send it a BHT referral. Let's kind of send it up that ladder. And I think if we're doing some simple things to align our practices across the school in terms of mindsets, mission, vision, even how we're kind of structuring time in classes, things like that, we're going to see a huge decrease in anxiety and stress-related kind of interventions, things like that. And so the third goal that was not listed on here, I want to point out, it was a reduction of instances of level 1 through 3 SCC violations. SCC is their student code of conduct. When we're talking about levels 1 through 3, we're talking about the lower levels of infractions. So behaviors that are inappropriate, disruptive, or potentially seriously disruptive would be the tier 3. And so we want to see a reduction of those types of violations by 70% by school year 26. And again, a lot of that is going to be, I believe, if we're seeing those school-wide tier 1 practices in all classrooms and across all spaces, if people are clear on the mission, vision, and expectations, we're going to see these numbers come down. And we've already made some of the best strides in the city in terms of reductions in punitive discipline, which I'm really proud of. And Ed Lab at University of Chicago just put out a really strong study showing the benefits of restorative practices. And so I'm thankful that Lincoln Park has been a school in Chicago that's been on the forefront of a lot of that work. And yeah, so any questions people got?
Could you share that study, that report?
I mean, it's all over. If you go on Chicago Tribune, WBEZ, Washington Post, I can definitely pull some links, but it's the first long-term 10-year study that they've done that have shown these results. And in particular, the benefit for Black students in terms of the reduction in OSS across CPS is great to see, but we need to continue doing better. And that's still a point where I think looking at the data at Lincoln Park, it's an area of growth for sure.
Out of school suspension acronym.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Because I'm just going to throw them out there. Sorry.
Can
Okay, so now it's open for discussion. Thanks for that 5-minute overview. Could you
to-
start a timer, please, Amy? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay.
So one quick comment and then question. Comment just that so everyone knows inside of the actual CIWP spreadsheet are the data that Mr. G was referencing. So they're not in the summary, but they're inside the spreadsheet.
Yeah, there's a lot on the spreadsheet.
Yeah. The question, I know I commented about this earlier in email, but attendance, I know that we could read through and see that there could be some improvements, to attendance based off of these, but like, why not put actually a hard data point for a goal?
Yeah, there are a couple points, as you're going through the document, when you're in the document, when you get to practice goals, there are only certain drop downs that you can kind of choose. So within the connectedness and well-being, that wasn't a specific option. 100%, if you're not at school, you can't be connected, can't be part of the well-being that's going on here. The real answer is there's a lot to attendance right now that's outside of my specific locus of control, and there are a lot of variables that are going to make it hard to measure in a smart way. Within building out the culture and climate team, one of the key members is going to be our attendance coordinator. And so working closely with our attendance coordinator, along with people like Mrs. Pulvita, who's doing community and family engagement and creating spaces across the school where students feel welcome in classes, they have those connections, they have those relationships, they want to be here. I'm confident that we're going to be able to see that attendance number go up. I also think that there are things that we can do in terms of like our hallway kind of practices for safer transitions, reduced tardies that are also going to get kids into class. But again, these things are going to take all hands on deck, 100% of people kind of chipping in. But attendance is a huge metric, and it's definitely going to be a part of our focus moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for our connectedness and well-being subgroup?
I do have one. Thanks for everything that you're doing. I'm wondering how we can bring together the IB philosophy that is throughout our school and bring that into this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what I love about the ATL approach, the approaches to learning within IB, is the approaches to learning are social, emotionally grounded. They are not any different. They are grounded in restorative practices. And so part of it is us understanding we're speaking a common language and doing similar things. When we talk about the PRIDE acronym that people voted on last year, when we're talking about persistence, respect, inclusivity, diversity, empathy, these are all things that align with IB. They align with what we're trying to do as more of an SEL team. And I think to the question that was answered or asked before, kind of about like, what about kids who aren't in IB? I do think the IB ATL approaches to learning skills are things that can benefit everybody. And so for me, it's I taught biology for a number of years. Like, it's great if kids come out of my class knowing about mitosis, but really I want students to understand what's going on inside of them, how to manage it, knowing that other people have things going on too, having the relationships to make good decisions with each other so we can be successful, fully actualized human beings at the top of that, kind of Maslow's pyramid of needs. And so, yeah, I think I would love to continue to think about how we can put those values up everywhere and help people to understand that these are the values of our school.
Tom, do you think it's a good idea to, and I don't know if this has happened, for everybody to be trained in IB philosophy? Why not people on the behavioral team? And this isn't just for teachers. This should be for counselors and the behavioral. I'm repeating myself, but our security team, who I adore and I think have done better than I've ever seen before, but why not?
No, I think 100%. And one of the things we talked about when we were writing this goal is it's not just for students or for teachers. This is for all staff. our security officers are the first people coming in, that they're greeting people first thing in the day, they're dealing with difficult situations. And when we've been hiring for security officers, in many ways, we've been looking through a social work lens of their mindsets. And so I want to train all staff members in TL skills, restorative practices, social emotional skills in a way where it's all of these things kind of being woven together. And I think I've talked about it frequently. The ATL skills in particular, the IB mindsets, I think are something that can break down some of the barriers for people understanding the work in some different ways. Because I still think there are misconceptions of what we're talking about when we talk about social emotional learning.
Yeah, I think it's a neat idea, Ms. Keeler. I didn't think about that. But and given that you're already supportive of it, that's a way to just continue the message in our first goal around instruction, but everything is emanating from that.
The common language is huge. And
Yeah,
making sure that
right.
we're speaking in the same ways, you know, restorative language goes a long way.
That kind of off that idea, Ms. Kaler, and that is that, of course you wouldn't be aware, but you know the days when teachers do flex, and then there's that day where there's no flex. Usually the security team meets and we engage in a lot of team building and conversations around that kind of stuff, how to support students, the kinds of questions you want to ask, the kinds of things you want to look for when you're engaging with students, especially in those moments. And so it really does align very much with the work that we're trying to do.
We had a great circle with the security team last year. And I think it's one of those things where sitting in the circle and being able to experience that for them afterwards, they're like, oh, we want to do this more often. And then when students struggling, they can bring the kid into the office, sit down and help with that conversation as well, which is really great to see. But yeah, I want to continue to make sure we're building that capacity with everybody in the building and beyond, like students, parents, families, community members.
I wonder if that's like one thing we would want to request as an edit or an addition is to include, you know, educating all staff in the building around some of those IB SEL items.
Yeah.
Would that sound okay? Is that too far? I don't want to.
So I think it's kind of in there in terms of training 100 teachers, 100% of teachers to increase capacity to utilize SEL tier 1 and restorative practices within classroom. I think we can easily add in language, just, you know, talk about ATL skills. When we wrote that out, I was thinking about those as being SEL skills personally, but I think being explicit is
maybe that's just a small thing, SEL and ATL or something.
I mean, I think they're the same in many ways. I think there's some things in ATL that expand a little bit further, but yeah.
Okay. Other comments, questions, reflections? I had one, which is, do you believe that, I think clubs, sports, school, social events, just stuff to do gets your mind off bad things. I mean, you have a purpose and a goal and bonding and cohesion and connection, you know, being part of a team or a squad. What are your thoughts on how that fits with this?
Yeah, it's all tier 1 and 100%. You know, I think it's one of the most important things we could do. You know, Miss Sepulveda, Angelica, she is amazing. She does great work with families and parents, but she also does really good work to expand opportunities and outside of school time. So tomorrow, from periods 3 through 7, we're going to be having Clubapalooza out on the mall. And so I think there's 40 different clubs that are going to be out there. And I think the number of clubs are continuing to grow as well. But I think, you know, this is a high school and high school should be fun. Like it should be a good experience. Like people should have a good time here. And so beyond even students, like I'm like, how can we as adults get out and connect and go play some kickball or like have a Bob Ross painting class from somebody, you know, learn how to meal prep and just, it hasn't been a lot of fun around here for the last few years. And I want it to be fun. I want to come in and see smiles on people's faces and make it fun. So yeah, I 100% am behind that. And I think when I'm looking at the culture and climate team, like really it's like family, community, partnership engagement, which Ms. Sepulveda is doing. And I also think that kind of includes the clubs and extracurriculars. There's an instructional piece to it. There's our student voice committee, which I think is really important. And Alexander and another student came today to talk about some student surveys, which I think are really going to push this work forward. The BHT, our kind of discipline, safety, intervention team, and our attendance team, I think are all kind of under that broader culture and climate umbrella. And I think a lot of people have been doing stuff in isolation where if we can bring it together and get on the same page, start flying in the V together, like it's gonna be really cool to see. I'm excited.
Great. All right. Thank you. Oh, did you have something else, Alicia?
So the idea of the clubs and the socializing and things like this. I don't know how to increase, parent participation, because, let's face it, LSC meetings are quite boring. They're not, they're not fun. But, fun events for parents, especially for parents that are on these tier 2 and tier 3, engaging those and bringing those into the schools. I don't know if that's
I think
something
that's
that's
I
on
think
the
that's
agenda.
great. Yeah, no, I think Miss Sepulveda, she's been pulled in a lot of directions. I think she's really looking forward to getting back in that parent piece. I think, workshops where parents can come and learn, right, is huge, but also opportunities for parents to get together and hang out. Like my kids are over at Hamilton Elementary and they have like a Hamilton action team, and all that they do is like plan like fun events for parents to get together, to connect, go out for food, to get a bite to eat, like whatever, it's something that's missing. And I think it's hard for people sometimes to, get together, life is busy, but I think it's something, again, as we talk about an epidemic of disconnection and loneliness, the long-term impacts on people and their mental health, their physical health, like adults need it too. And I think the more that we're just building out that broader community, the better our school is going to be.
Great. Yeah.
I believe there's a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee on Friends of. Anybody here go to those meetings?
I think they have, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know what the name is, but it is something.
I mean, I would think that might be a place to have more outreach.
Yeah. Or like
Like
Friends Up
from-
maybe doing.
I think Friends of in general. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like we need to engage parents more. And we have a whole new group of freshmen coming with a very excited parent base. I think the timing is good.
Well, and it sounds like she's got planned something
Yeah.
for the night
Yeah.
after something, college night.
Right.
Yeah. The Blue Door.
Okay. Yes, I agree. Okay, so I think that wraps it for this third goal. Thank you very much. I think the one recommended edit is to add the ATL and IB skills on that one goal, but otherwise that sounds great. Thank you. Okay.
Can I just say something really quick? I know I'm like always the voice of like, wow. I'm really impressed by the work that was done from everybody and the thoughtfulness that was put into this CIWP. I've been on a lot of LSCs. Peter has been with me on a lot of LSCs. Seems very comprehensive and very well thought out to me. And I sometimes wonder, I know that the teachers have always been the glue that has held Lincoln Park together, but I sometimes look back and think, how did this even stay afloat without like these clear kind of processes and procedures and CIWP goals that were laid out, and that there was accountability by an LSC that was really working to kind of hold administration accountable. So I just want to kind of say, as someone, and other people can speak to this too, who hold a little bit more institutional knowledge, not about being in the building, but just kind of observing what's gone on. This is like worlds from, I think, some of the other CIWP meetings I've sat in for Lincoln Park.
Yeah.
I've also seen ones that just sound high-minded, nice, but like this is really clear and accessible, I think, which will be important because we got to communicate this out to parents and find ways to let them know, hey, these are our goals together. This is everyone. It's not just the teachers, not just the principal. It's what we're going to be working towards together.
And it's a way to hold accountability and look at data and say, this is happening, this isn't happening.
Right. And that's a good note maybe to wrap on is, and we're going to have a vote in a second to approve this with a couple edits. The LSC is required to report out publicly on the progress and problems of implementing the CIWP twice a year. So twice a year, this year, we're going to have 2 report outs. Dr. Steinmiller had suggested that maybe we do like November as we're just getting started, and then maybe April when budget is coming, and we may want to align some of our funding to that. So sometime in the spring. So we haven't finalized, but just you can expect that we're going to be reporting out on this thing to say, hey, how's it going? What's working? What's not? What help is needed? So that's just part of this process. This document, as you saw, does live for 3 years, but each year it's revisited and can be refined based on progress and new learning. So it's set in stone in terms of direction, but it's a living document in terms of refinement, I would say. That okay? Yeah. All right. So to summarize then what we're about to vote on, this is the CIWP for school year 24, 25, 26. It has these 3 goals we heard about: curriculum and post-secondary and connection. I think for working backwards for the well-being, we're fine with the way it's written. I think one thing is to add that 3rd goal around reduction by 70% in the student code of conduct thing. So that we'd like to have that added. And then including a reference under the goal section at the end for SY24, that the training would include 100% of teachers to use SEL. And we also want to say and ATL and, based on IB philosophy. So we're that's us edit there. For the 2nd goal around post-secondary, we said that we want to change the more limited reference to African American, as critical as that group is, to all critical priority subgroups, which include special education and Latina, and then African American. So that's going to be a switch to say priority subgroups, as well as I think update some of the goals, like the one around the 100% LPS, like we already have that, and maybe adding quantifiable under some of the other goals. So there's a little cleanup there. I know it's a little vague, but trust the team to do that. And then the last one, we'll be keeping them accountable, is the blue goal. Did we have an edit there? We were okay. All right. Okay. So, is there a motion to vote to approve the CIWP for school year 24 to 26 with the changes that I just outlined? Okay, Alexander Trzaskowski is a first. Is there anyone else? Second. Okay, Ms. Zemnik. All those in favor? Okay, do we have any, we have all those opposed? Oh, okay. And do we have any abstain? Okay, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion you want to have on, I didn't realize that. Okay, it's just a vote. All right. So we have, can we just do the yeses again? So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 9 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. Okay, so the CIWP passes with those edits. I'd like to ask that the CIWP teams make these edits and then send a new version to the LSC so we could just see them. And if you could highlight what those edits were so we could see the delta. Great, so thank you. All right, next item is athletics updates. Dr. Steinmiller, if you are out there, we're turning this over to you. Dr. Steinmiller, I don't know if you are out there. Okay, there you go. Yeah, are you able to hang out for a little bit more?
Yeah, sorry, I'm hanging in. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, athletics.
Yeah, it's not critical you're on camera. If it would be helpful to just
Right.
talk.
We've been doing a search of the athletic director. Brought in a couple of candidates. Some candidates who are full-time ADs at other schools, so they wouldn't come in for a short-term leave until June. So in June, we anticipate our AD will be coming back. We do have 2 or 3 that are.
I'm sorry, Dr. Steinmiller, I missed that. There's a side conversation here. So our current AD, Coach Ostrozovich, is on parental leave right now, or on leave
until June.
Well, that's
No,
what I'm getting the update.
Until November.
Yeah, till November. So the topic here is about an interim. So please go ahead.
Yeah, we posted through Taleo for an interim athletic director. Got quite a few applicants. Most were actually full-time ADs in the suburbs. And so it wouldn't warrant for a temporary sign. They wouldn't leave their positions for temporary position. We do have a couple who are interested in short term. I'm trying to expedite that as quickly as possible. I've had 2 in for interviews already. Even if it means for just a month of additional support, we could see what additional options would come from that. That is the status of the interim selection for an athletic director.
Okay. Are you optimistic that we may get one, if even for a month?
Yeah, there was a really I have 2 candidates I feel pretty good about. So
okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question about athletics?
Go ahead.
Coaching vacancies, is there any update? I know there's been some interest with a softball coach I've heard rumblings about, and I just wanted to know, I think there's someone really eager who would love the opportunity to interview for the position.
Oh.
Yeah, I actually I asked the Chicago Public League for a complete list of every allocation of coaching positions, be it varsity or not varsity, be it head coach, assistant coaches for every program that we have, so that we can audit everything. Actually, I just received that list. I haven't actually gone through the list in detail. But I think we actually, in some of our programs, we're not fully utilizing that. So I want to make sure that we even have assistant coaches in every one of our programs. For softball, yeah, we do have some applicants already in. I don't have a full report out for you. I apologize for not having.
But I mean, Amy, if there is someone interested, Dr. Steinmiller, should they email you or what?
I think he's.
Yeah, I'm already
okay.
in touch with softball.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Next item was around the status of the athletics coach council that's been forming, and
yeah, there was a kind of I think through the work of Peter and Ted, there were some coaches getting together, just provided some feedback on some things. I think they're actually meeting. Was it tonight? They're meeting. I thought it was maybe tonight at 7. So obviously I'm not quite sure, but that was how to kind of build some of the school spirit, banners, different things were some of the ideas that were proposed. My response was just kind of like, let's look into what does that cost to do those kind of things, so that we could look in some proposals for that. But also, how do we help coaches understand some of their history and some of the celebrations and what that could look like to really build up a strong athletic program. And that was one of the things, but I appreciate them taking that extra time to come together and meet. And I think the next, sorry.
And I think you've also requested from all the coaches budget needs, so you can get a sense for what kind of financials ideally they would need, and we can figure out how to get it. Is that in process?
Yeah, I sent a form to all coaches just so we can start completing all documents and have a single source for rosters. We posted the schedules already for some of the teams that submitted it, budgets that they would need to be fully functional. And so kind of using one document for us to be able to go off of. And again, that's something that I'd like to build some of that infrastructure with, even feedback for our athletics handbook that we have created. So those are things that we're also looking for feedback.
Okay. And then the last item for athletics that we had was around basketball and a potential New Balance. Do you want to give a quick highlight of that?
Yeah, and
I go deep.
I believe I saw Coach Anderson in the audience at one point. I'm not sure if he's still there. I had some other players.
He's not now, no.
This is something that he's been working very hard to build up as an opportunity, not just for the boys team, but also for the girls team. I think Brad was a part of some of the communication around that. Originally was in the wording was around more of a contract, getting to a point where it can be more of just actually a purchase order that we can set up that becomes where we're buying jerseys and equipment for the boys and the girls teams. And then that also gets them access to some of the tournaments, it's tournament entry and other things that for both teams on a 1-year basis. And then they would be able to build up where teams could buy moving forward the jersey, the yearly contract for jerseys, not using the word contract, but an agreement.
I can add a couple
Yeah,
comments on that.
please.
Just for knowledge sharing, Coach Anderson shared with me that what was left from prior administrations was just no jerseys for any of the players, at least on the boys basketball team. And so as Coach Anderson's been trying to put back together the program, he's been piecing together where these jerseys might be. So there was, I think, 4 found at a local dry cleaners, for example. But it was depleted. So quote unquote from Coach Anderson that if they had to play this week, it'd be shirts and skins because there's no jerseys. New Balance has a program where it's called Heritage. They want to sponsor the team because it's a Lincoln Park High School has had, good year last year for the across the board. So they're offering through this Heritage program to provide a lot of jerseys and warm-ups and hoodies and shoes. And in exchange for that, the team's supposed to wear the clothes on the court and then in practice. And then ideally, like if they're getting on and off a bus, let's say to go to a different game, Coach Anderson and Principal Steinmiller and others wanted to make sure that this New Balance opportunity extended to everyone in basketball programs in the school. So both the girls and the boys from freshman, JV, and varsity. So that created a cost because the only programs are going to be covered were going to be exclusive as opposed to inclusive across. So that's really where we were thinking of trying to do this purchase order. So the purchase order ends up being, just for clarity, because I'm not quite sure, Dr. Steinmiller, whether there needs to be approval or not of this stuff, but I just wanted to share information that it's a $24,211 purchase of all of the same gear for the freshman and JV and girls side as the varsity would be getting for free to try to create this unity across the program. New Balance also comes with, like exposure for the players, tournaments. There's going to be a 40%, rebate store set up for gear. So if people want to find other New Balance gear. So just an explanation. I came into this just to make sure that we weren't running afoul of things related to, law and CPS procedures. So I'm in position to describe some of this, but I don't know if Dr. Steinmiller, if others want to add to my description.
Yeah, I think Coach Anderson was trying to, his concern is just that I think really it's like next week is sort of a critical deadline to even be able to get them back. We've communicated to most teams that really we're supporting transportation across the board, but we made exceptions to support, like last year, to make sure our dance team got to nationals, and we made that unique effort. And so this would be something that I think would get that program in a position to make sure they have the jerseys they need to start, but I think they need it by next week to be able to make sure they can get the jerseys. So we would need to vote to approve it. It would come out of us. We'd have to do it out of student fees, and it would go towards both teams.
Yeah, and since I've got the invoice, up, for example, I just can list out some of the things that were part of the promotional program is to be part of this Heritage program. The warm-ups, a half zip, a rally polo, sideline jacket, different game jerseys, team backpack, socks, a wheel bag. It's a laundry list. It really creates kind of this backbone of a program that I think I personally think the kids will be really excited by, and it's something that's been missing. And I think that across the whole program, it's going to be really cool to see. I mean, personally, all this now it's an expense that we weren't picturing. That's why I wanted to make sure folks knew the dollar amount. If Coach Anderson and Dr. Steinmiller didn't want it to go for everyone in the program, it would be zero cost, but I understand why they want to extend it to all the different levels of the team and to both genders. So that's it. And whether it's this or something else, I also know that Coach Anderson's planning on trying to raise dollars to cover a significant portion of the 24,000 by members of the team, paying an athletic fee to be part of the team. That just won't get to that whole 24,000 to 11, but I think that it could get to a good chunk of it if I recall.
Ms. Theus is online and available. I know she was at the game because she's been working this pretty closely. I mean, she was someone, this is a designated speaking point that I'd hope she'd be able to, was able to join online. Since this is a line item, that's where I kind of expected that she would be able to talk to this, but I just want to make sure that's okay before doing so.
Yeah. So, well, could you repeat that? Because I've been thinking.
This was to be in the meeting in person to speak to this, but she
she is online. So that's why I was thinking you were going to open it up for her.
That's what I'm saying. I can add her to speak to it, and she could clarify any other questions.
Okay. So are we, as you're doing that, are we on a path to have to vote on this? Is that what it's looking like?
That, Dr. Sam Miller, I know that like generally we would have to vote on a budget transfer if this needed to come from someplace that didn't have the budget tied to a line. Otherwise, as a purchase order, it's in your purview. If we already pre-approved, let's say as part of student fees, things like uniforms. So and we did approve that as part of student fees. So what's your interpretation of what's required for a vote or not a vote?
I would vote that you approve that we make the purchase order for it, since that's already been previously so we already previously approved the use of the funds for these types of purposes when needed, that we would then be able to approve it for the specific purpose for both teams. And I see Ms. Theus is also available for any specific question responses.
Okay, so it sounds like we would need to vote on a budget transfer, or I'm sorry, on a vote to do a PO. Okay. Okay, we could still do that. It's on the agenda, right? We could do that. Okay. Ms. Theus, is there anything you're gonna, what's that?
So no balance is just covering the varsity on the boys and the girls.
I'm not clear of varsity on the girls, but if Miss Theus is here, she can comment.
Yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Yes, New Balance is covering varsity boys and varsity girls. And we as a school would be incurring the cost for the freshman and sophomore level teams, boys and girls.
Okay, and the thought is we are sort of fronting money now, but families would pay like a fee to get the uniform for them. And then that way they would be able to keep those uniforms, right?
Right. The players, girls and boys, will be responsible for a $250 like basketball fee that would go to replenish the student fees that we're using to pay for the heritage packages for all of the teams.
Okay. And my understanding is that the value of this, because I was kind of concerned, is this like some, I don't know, bad like corporate takeover of kids or whatever. That really what it is they give kids uniforms to practice in and games. And then they also create new playing opportunities, competitive opportunities through different tournaments that are not part of the normal school schedule. So they get access to it as well. And in return, the kids basically just, practice in those clothes, and then they pay a fee to get them, and then they can own them when they go home. I think the last benefit is you get a discount on buying New Balance stuff if you like. So that's kind of it. So the company gets, hey, like our name is out there a little bit, but the kids get playing opportunities and clothes they're excited about. And just knowing a couple families, with kids in basketball, the kids are apparently very excited about this opportunity. Let
me add two other points. One, the purchase order that we were describing that gets used for every type of purchase that the school does or the school district does is about 5 pages of small print font of enormous amount of terms and conditions. I shared it with Ted so he could have it, over a glass of wine, who's not here today, but I think he's virtual. It's a lengthy read, and why I'm pointing that out is just because there's a significant amount of protections in it. So if student information can't be shared, that's both a federal, state, and city requirement. There can't be promotions done without the general counsel of CPS's approval. There can't be, Lincoln Park High School can't be used in the name for, commercials or for YouTube videos, et cetera. So there's so many protections inside the PO, which is also why Ted and I, when we were reviewing this as lawyers that happen to be on the LSC, that it's just so much safer to go with the purchase order than to try to create an agreement with New Balance because it's so covered. The other point I was going to make is just clarify the rebate for what it's worth, just because it was brought up. It's a 40% rebate. Store set up for school spirit and fan gear, and that can be used also to conduct athletic program fundraisers, but it's a 40% rebate available. And then players get a 50% discount to purchase additional gear if they so choose.
I would also just like to say, when we're thinking about our CIWP and connectedness and well-being, how the makeup of our basketball teams and the impact that this could have in terms of us approving something that says, we know this program has taken a hit over the course of the past 4 years, but we believe in this program, we believe in this coach, and we think this is a really good opportunity for an investment in saying, like, go get them. I think it makes a huge difference to these kids to feel like they are a part of something that people care about and have invested in. And I think the basketball team historically has felt like the school has not cared about that.
It's a good
Both
reflection. I
both
remember
teams.
Yeah, I remember hearing that in past years. That's a great reflection. Alicia.
So you're saying that the students are
Please.
not students, but you're saying the players are keeping the jerseys and the shorts and whatever. So next year, are we going to be back into the same boat where they don't have anything? And now we got a new expenditure to make.
Well, I think I defer to my.
No, I wasn't aware that they were keeping all the gear. So
really?
No, this is why this is a good discussion.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Ms. Theus, is that the case that they're paying the $250 and they get to keep all the gear? Because Alicia was just referencing, what do we do after this year?
I guess more specifically is, the jersey and the shorts. Because I know they got other stuff.
So typically the jerseys and the gear, yes, they're keeping the gear. That's their gear. It's their size shoes. It's their gear. I don't think other, boys or girls want to wear anyone else's shoes next year. I wouldn't. But as far as the jerseys, they could keep them. It just depends on how we internally would want to structure them. They're giving it to us and then we manage that. So it just depends on how the Coach Anderson, wants to use the jerseys from year to year. Does he want to, buy or, new jerseys every single year, which is not typical? Or are we going to use these again the next year? That's an internal decision. That has nothing to do with New Balance.
I imagine every year you have a few new players. You have some returning players, but you also have new players.
Right. So we might have to replenish some for the new ones, but no, we would not need to buy brand new jerseys every single year. That's a great question, though.
Brad, how long is the contract? It's just a year?
Yeah, it's New Balance wanted a longer term agreement, but this is not how purchase orders work. So it's 1 year. It's for this school year. We would have to, if we wanted to get a significant amount, thousands of dollars of free services again, we'd be back into this. But then we'd have that question that Alicia is actually really mentioning, which is just, do we have to continue to spend $25,000 a year on things, which goes back to most schools, the basketball jerseys stay with the basketball program. I just know Coach Anderson's not here to comment on that.
So this,
right. Well, I don't know, like most, I know that like Whitney Young has had a historical deal with Nike. I don't know if this becomes a long-term, relationship or not, where shoes get provided every year. But yeah, to Miss Theus's point, I can understand why shoes would stick with the kid.
I had not actually made that distinction between jerseys and gear. So jerseys, I guess there's a TBD if they stay, but gear, does this mean that like
the warm-ups, the socks, the jackets, that's the gear. So
Okay,
that, those things definitely are going to stay with, the student athlete. The jerseys would not, those could stay, as part of LP, especially if you're a returning player and, you have your favorite number 11, then that'll be your jersey again next year. if you have a new player to the team, then, that we could replenish that. Now, I will say that some of the larger teams probably do like a Whitney Young or a Simeon, who are historically citywide, like athletic powerhouses with their sponsorships, do get new jerseys every year, but that's not something that we have to do. It's not necessary at all.
Okay. So the players will get, they're not just getting a jersey, they're getting high top basketball shoes, they're getting sweats, they're getting a jacket, all of that. Okay. So in terms of connection and identity and all that, I think that's a big deal.
And I mean, the goal here is to kind of build an infrastructure where, like our soccer team, like our other programs, where the players at the beginning of the season purchase everything. They spend, just like soccer, $250, and then they're good, and then they're able to move forward. Then that becomes the year after year after year process. So we're not running into this year after year. So that's the long term. So that we aren't having to pay for jerseys moving forward. We don't have a long-term infrastructure for this for all of our teams. So if we can get in front of it, then our girls and our boys basketball programs, and this isn't just varsity, but our JV and our freshman teams, that they can have, the parents would pay $250 just like for the year. They get to keep their jerseys and their gear. And then the next year would keep doing it. That's what soccer does, and it makes a lot of sense. It also means that we don't have to allocate funds towards it, which is really helpful for the long-term planning.
Okay, thank you. Laura, I saw your hand up a second ago. Did you have something you wanted to ask her?
Yeah, so I just wanted to get some clarity. Is it that the New Balance deal is predicated on this PO?
Yes.
Yeah, the way that Coach Anderson and the school has structured it is that, and I don't know where it starts and ended, but yes, right now the Heritage program is giving us a lot of, goods for our varsity teams. And in exchange, we're spending a significant amount of dollars, on JV and on freshmen. I think that's how I interpret it. I think, although we'd have to go back to Coach Anderson of whether we could separate this and say just for the varsity, and whether it would be free with no expenditure, but just for varsity. But frankly, I don't know if Dr. Steinmiller would be interested if it wasn't for the entire school benefiting.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the discussion. So are we at a point where we need to make a vote on approving a purchase order?
I mean, Dr. Steinmiller, we've never voted on approving purchase orders before. That's why I was curious. We vote on budget transfers. We vote on contracts.
I mean, because if the money is already in an account that's been approved for this use, like student fees, and there's money there to cover it, I think you have a signing authority to just sign.
Not sign, submit.
Yeah, but because
submit
an amount, so we are now over we are over $10,000, and we're approaching $25,000, which is the threshold for non-strategic source vendors, which they are not a strategic source vendor. So, like I'm trying to make sure that we're not just doing things in the background, but making sure that LSC.
Well, I think we could take a vote. It's not a big deal.
Yeah,
So
I just
maybe
know
we
that, like,
should-
right. I just don't want to, just so you know, like, I just don't want us to start approving purchase orders in the LSC, just because that would take us a long time with all the POs that, you and Ms. Lopez do.
Were the student fees assigned to particular categories? I thought that's what the case was.
The student fee flyer has like a lot of things in it. It's tests, it's student extracurricular activities, be one of those.
That test. The board takes care of those.
Some fees.
We know that there's like, so wouldn't we
For
have to
what?
vote for that change? Because we're
Oh,
changing the
yes.
allocation where we're putting.
No, the student fees, like, part of it's like, there's uniforms listed, there's extracurricular, there's like maybe 15 or so things in that sheet. I like, look, I was saying ahead of this time, I think it's great that we're discussing it. And so, like, I think there's an argument to say that we already approved it to come out of student fees, something like this, and it's within Dr. Simon's authority to create a PO without our group. I like the PO because it's got all those legal terms and conditions. I was saying, if this was a contract, which is how it came over, that needed to be signed, it was a wholly insufficient contract. that missed, every tenant possible creating a contract. And even if that, the dollar amount coming in, Dr. Scheinmiller does not have the authority to sign a contract with this dollar. He has the authority to click submit for a purchase order, but not to actually physically sign a contract. So this is where, again, like Dr. Steinmiller, I think you are recommending we vote on it just because of New Balance and because of this scenario. You just would feel more comfortable if you had the buy-in from the LSC. Okay, that sounds
Okay.
accurate.
But wouldn't that mean then having a discussion of whether we agree up for the $24,000? I mean, we can do this free with just the varsity, but then we're making the decision to extend it into 9th and 10th for 1 year for 24,000.
I think, although what I was commenting with what Laura asked is like, the deal was never presented to me to review on, just varsity, but I'm just assuming that there'd probably be something there to discuss, but I don't know if you can separate it.
Oh, okay. Well, why would we vote on something if we don't know exactly what it is out there? And if he can push submit without us, then I don't want to add my name to something or a vote if I don't know what the full story is.
Yeah, well, I think what's in front of us right now is what this 24,000 and some dollars for the whole varsity. Now, the what ifs, I don't know if Coach Anderson's not here or if Miss Theus doesn't know, like, what are the what ifs? So the what if I know that you're referencing, I think, is that could it just be for varsity and would the deal still be there? Right. I have no.
I can answer that. No, it would not. The deal would be completely different because no national brand is just going to give us, $20,000 worth of merchandise for nothing.
It's not. It's for marketing. It's for marketing.
Not this early. That wouldn't happen. Not on a first year deal. I don't foresee that happening at all. So the deal that we have now with the agreement that they've sent, I think it's pretty thought out. It's pretty standard. It's not anything crazy. New Balance has sponsored other schools, has other schools. I don't know which ones. I didn't ask him, but I know they, have, I believe he told me 6 to 7 other high schools in CPS, and their contracts have gone through law and been approved. Pretty much as is, they have a standard contract that they use. But I do not believe that they would separate. And I don't think it would be in good faith for our school to separate and only do for varsity and not for the junior varsity teams.
Yeah, I guess the question would be what would we need to know about the freshman, sophomore in order to vote? Like, was there something that's an open question for people?
I think she just answered it, right? That we wouldn't get the deal unless we pay the $24,000.
What taking the deal that's on the offer that's on the table, free for varsity and paid for the others, what details maybe are needed in order to feel more comfortable voting one way or the other? Like, what?
I think I'm hearing everybody and what they're saying. I guess as an academic, and I know that a school is everything, but in terms of academics and curriculum, we can't get a library book. So there's a lot of emphasis on sports, and it should be. But I guess I would just like an equal amount these days on academics. And I know what you're saying, Amy. I hear you. I do. This poor basket. I know, but
it's not just for basketball. We have a CIWP that does cover curriculum, but also says.
But we don't have the money that we want for that. We've been talking about a library budget for 3 years. That's all I'm saying.
But the argument here is that, Ms. Theus, do you know how many kids are on like the JV and freshman teams about?
We're probably talking about 80 kids in all, both sports.
And I think Coach Anderson, when I asked him the question about kids paying, he said that his expectation is that every kid's going to pay, that every kid can afford to pay, the fee.
And does that go back then into the 24,000 is what or is that go to pay for that?
This, I don't know how the mechanics are like the actual mechanics are going to be worked out, but my understanding is that we're fronting and we're supposed to get the dollars back. But I
That's
don't
correct.
know. Yeah, but I don't know exactly like how that's coming back into our internal accounts, for example.
Between 16 and $20,000, depending on 200.
I'm sorry, maybe to Brad's point, are we in the business or not the business of voting on purchase orders? Because it seems to me like this conversation is included in this LSC agenda as some sort of conversation of good faith to get some ideas out there and talk about stuff. But ultimately, we haven't been voting on purchase orders in the past. And so while I appreciate everyone's 2 cents towards this idea, it seems to me, and this is just sort of going back to the budget committee chair's own words, like this is not in our purview necessarily, although the conversation is nice. And Dr. Steinmiller is the one with the purchasing power in order to execute this or not. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, right. Okay. So
Well,
when does the blessing conversation end?
I think the reason it's on the agenda is basketball has been a massive issue at the school. We've had protests in here for not supporting the program or for treating, inappropriately. And so given that sensitivity, and we want to create an opportunity for an outside party to be investing in the kids and them wearing the gear and all that, I think we want to have the LSC supportive of this type of a direction. Principle on paper, from a governance and decision rights, it sounds like yes, he does. I don't know, but I'm deferring to Dr. Steinmiller and Brad a bit on this. He has the decision rights and authority to do this formally, but informally, culturally, as the values of our school, is this something that we support and we want to have awareness around? So I think that was the reason, just to raise it for transparency to the community and to the LSC. On that administrative point, though, Mr. Cottons, I agree, like, are we making an exception this one time? Should we just make it black and white and say, nope, that's yours? Or do we give a verbal, we're good with it, but we don't want to vote? Like, I don't know. Personally, oh yeah.
When we did the dance team last year, I don't think we took a vote, to purchase the airline tickets, all this other stuff.
I actually missed that. I missed that meeting.
So, I think that's kind of a similar situation that we have here. But I think the other point is, I don't think, I appreciate that Dr. Miller has the power to hit the send button, but I don't think he has isn't there like a limit where he does need LSC approval?
No, it's the limit for LSC approval is actually his signature on something that I believe is when a contract's over $10,000 in value. If he signs something, I don't think he can sign it without LSC approval. Otherwise, like the principals under state law have the ability to go to $25,000, where they just hit the purchase order. So like when we see things in budget transfers, like $10,000 going over, that's because we have to approve budget transfers. That's the legal responsibility of an LSC. But we don't then say we're approving its purchase order to buy these specific science books, right? We don't have that authority. The principal has that authority. So that extends up to $25,000, which is why, this is why I said earlier, this would be something that I would say wouldn't require us. But, the Dr. Steinmiller could say he's not going to do it without our vote, which would be his prerogative if that's what he wants to do. And then it kind of pushes us into deciding if we're going to vote or not. But I don't believe something like this needs to vote. Now, we are bringing in a shoe company, a clothing company to sponsor, our kids. And so it is nice to take a vote to see, hey, do we want to do something like this kind of relationship? Because I'm not familiar with New Balance other than, I've got some shoes. I'm assuming that they're run well. I'm assuming they care about, equality. It sounds like there's a good tennis player who represents them. So I think for some of those, that this is us associating. I will say as a side point, I do like that New Balance has a store locally, actually, just down the street. So it's kind of neat. I don't know if they're in this at all, But there is a local Lincoln Park presence with New Balance. But yeah,
I think that, whether we vote or don't vote, I don't think that's a reflection of, that we don't care about the basketball team. I think those are two distinct different things. And I think we need to clarify that, because I think we're kind of given this undertone that, oh, if you don't vote, you don't like the basketball team, which I think is the wrong impression.
So, I mean, Dr. Steinmiller, are you okay with us saying that we're not going to vote because we don't vote on purchase orders? And
Yeah.
that it's your call?
That works. That works.
Okay. Is there, is there, I mean, is there anyone that has a strong objection to doing this? Or maybe you don't, I just want to know if there's like a real concern, we should get it out there now. If you're like, I don't know enough to say, then that's fine. But if it just
I guess my point is, let's just be consistent with what we did last year. Because for the dance team, we didn't vote. We technically didn't vote for the dance team. And we spent just about as much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't think we did. I mean, we voted on the fundraisers, but not on the allocation of dollars to help them go to the national. So I guess it sounds like a kind of a parallel situation, Dr. Steinmiller. And so, so I think that we'll let you, move that forward, which I know, there's a little bit of a timeline on that. So I think the ball's now in your court, so to speak. Thank you. Forgive me for missing that. All right. But let's move forward. I know it's late. I thank everyone for being here. What I'd like to do, we basically have just committee reports left. I'd like everyone to limit it to 2 minutes per committee. Don't feel you have to use the time, but with that, we're going to move to student reports, and we have student voice and student life.
Okay, yeah, so we have a few things that we wanted to update you all on. So first, just going off of some points that I brought up at the last meeting, some of the initiatives that I said that we as a committee would focus on, starting with mental health. I know Mr. G mentioned this earlier, but I and another SBC member have held a few meetings with him recently talking about implementation of some of the policy proposals that I discussed, and those seem to be moving along very well. We've discovered a really great opportunity for just collaboration between the behavioral health team and student voice on rolling those things out. So that's all in progress. Also, I recently had a brief meeting with the Alderman Timmy Knudsen about the traffic safety proposals that we were talking about. Obviously, there's going to be some bureaucratic, stuff going on along those lines, as there is when it comes to like community things, but he's very open to it, and he's having his team look into it regarding other projects that are taking on in a similar location, other things that are already going on around the neighborhood. We're currently working on developing our first SBC survey for the year. Just general things that we're going to use to, help and provide you all with some more statistics about student opinion. The statistics should be available we're aiming for October, but it is possible it could fall back to November. But right now we are on track for it to be in October. The announcement schedules that I mentioned, that we implemented the announcement schedule that was supported by the majority of the student body and the teacher population, and that's gone really smoothly. We haven't had any complaints and have had some really good feedback. And then two things that we just wanted to bring to your attention. The first is air conditioning and fans in the gym. There's currently not any of those, and it can get extremely hot in there, especially during like the heat wave that we had recently. I know one person mentioned that they're on the dance team, and it got up to be like 110 degrees in there, and they were practicing in there for over an hour. So that's something that I think we need to see some consideration and investment on. And then also the assemblies that we held recently, the content matter was all really strong, really important information. But once again, because of the heat wave, it was held in classrooms where there was air conditioning and ventilation, so as not to pose a safety risk to the students. But we saw with that, there was some difficulty with communications. I'll say, like, I heard a lot of teachers like holding lessons while that was just playing in the background and not allowing proper time or giving assignments and just not really letting students pay the attention to it that they needed to. So in the future, if there are disruptions to location, then maybe just pushing it back a week or two so that we can make sure that the important information is distributed equitably.
I missed what that was related to.
Oh yeah, it was the grade level assemblies.
Oh, it sounds yeah.
I'm not sure if it was for all of them. Was it just the ones for seniors that were being held virtually, or?
Seniors were, well, we had seniors on 8th period on like a Friday,
Yeah, it was 8th
maybe.
period on Friday.
And so already that's a difficult position, but I don't know about the other ones. They were all held virtually, but especially the senior one because it was during the heat wave, which was especially difficult.
Okay.
So
If I may, just real quick, I actually thought that they went really well because they were virtual. So I think, like, to your point, that's kind of just like a teacher by teacher basis, how much care and emphasis went into that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it sounds like you have some evidence of them not being very well implemented or whatever. But like in our freshman assemblies, which were actually on a hotter day earlier in the week, like lots of positive feedback from students and stuff like that. So I think this is a situation where it's like just kind of dependent on how it was implemented in that classroom. I even told Dr. Steinmiller, I was like, that went great because the kids weren't in the auditorium. They weren't just screwing around on their phones or chit-chatting with each other. They were like in a smaller controllable setting where they would just sit and, need to be paying attention. So,
so
on behalf of my colleagues, I'm sorry that was experience.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that. I see some absolute pros to that as well. But I think I'll just add sort of a caveat to that. I think if it is to be held virtually, it needs to be done with a little bit more communication and more like ways to ensure accountability that the information is being distributed in an effective way.
Okay. As for student life, I'll try and keep this brief. I know we're probably running out of time.
And at a high level, could you just explain for everyone real quick? We have two committees, student voice and student life. What is the main focus of each? How are they different?
The Student Voice Committee is primarily focused on issues within the school we want to bring directly to the LSC meeting that we can work on certain solutions. Last year, the big focus was mental health, and that's what our survey was focused on. We created that board right from Ms. Walker's office, all of that. But every year, it's kind of like we rotate focuses and then create a survey to primarily just get student feedback. Student life is more focused on school events like homecoming, winter formal, and then how we go about.
Love it. Thank you so much for that clarity. Now, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go
You're
ahead.
okay. Okay, so student life is going really well. Clubapalooza is this Friday or tomorrow. Sorry. And we're really excited. SVC is going to be promoted there. It's just a fun way for students during their lunch period and sometimes at the end of the day to just see all the variety of clubs LP has to offer, and that's really awesome. As for a quick concern that was brought up during SVC, I don't think Alexander had the chance to mention, is 5th period, the library is not going to be open, and a lot of students are very concerned about that because some kids like to prioritize that time period as a way to do work. And I understand that's the librarian's, I believe, lunch period, which is totally great. Like, I don't want to dismiss that in any way, but maybe finding a way in which at least one day a week the library could be open during that period, or an alternative could be offered, maybe like another open classroom with the teacher who's willing to just sit there and facilitate the kids. But yeah, that was a really good.
Yeah, and just to add that, or maybe we could find another adult to occupy the space during that time, even if it's just like on a volunteer basis, like, hey, I have a free period now. I'm happy to sign up for this shift.
It's a great idea. Thank you for raising that. Yeah.
I think I read that somewhere that they're requesting volunteers. So I'm assuming if they get a robust enough list of volunteers for the library, they could see.
I think Miss Jenny Rosenthal has been involved in that, so maybe we could follow up with her at some point. Oh, okay. Okay.
So we'll get an update.
Okay. Thank you for the student voice and life reports. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay. PPLC and PPC.
Hello. I am David Cottons,
What's
and
your
I'm a PPLC co-chair along with Sandy Kaler here. We recently had a vote which was unanimous as a staff for the elected representation of the PPLC, and they include Danielle Crown, Eric Lascano, John Johnson, Cameron Jordan, Federico Luque Macias, Isaac Fish, and Deidre Grimm. In our organizational meeting, we created 3 subcommittees, one of which is on budget, one of which is on the CIWP instructional core and professional development, and the last of which is on the CIWP connectedness and well-being. If you are interested in finding out who is working under each of those, you may read the PPLC minutes. I think for the budget subcommittee, one main goal is to better understand our budget, as well as really impress upon the administration a higher need for communication. I think, to Mr. Kessler's point previously, if we can hold these budget meetings at a time where at the very least I can be in attendance, then I can be a liaison, having been in both the LSC budget committees and as a part of the budget subcommittee for PPLC, because I think time and time again, we asked for information pertaining to budgets and what kind of monies we could be making recommendations with, and very often were not replied to or did not receive the information that we asked for in either at all or in a timely fashion. So we're hoping to have that exist, frankly, for the first time in a way that it's supposed to, rather than sort of being circumvented. Other than that, I think that's all that I have. Ms. Kaler, anything else? Well, thanks. That sounds great. In addition, well, I understand how time works. In addition to, well. In addition to my PPLC report, I also have the PPC report in regards to what they wanted to share, because it is very late and they stayed for a good 4 hours, but could not remain. So the report is, can you tell the LSC we don't have much to talk about at this point in the school year, but we'd be happy to communicate via email later this month. So please look forward to seeing an email from the PPC representatives who are here. And those include Paul Drake and Grace Dragonetti. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And congrats to the new PPLC members who are joining. It's really great. Very exciting. And I love those committees, so well aligned with many of the priorities of the school. It's great.
The idea was that we made the subcommittees to connect to the CIWP.
Really great.
I think it is a lot of PPLC members' sentiments from last year's group of colleagues that, much like the budget and our ability to include ourselves in that conversation, the PPLC was also quite circumvented in the creation of the CIWP. It has a large reason why I voted to abstain for today. You can check the receipts. We asked when these meetings were happening in February and March and April, and then at some point the school year ended, and a lot of the work was done over the summer when a large majority of the employees at the school are not here. So that was quite unfortunate to see. And so it's for that reason that I, for myself, could not in good conscience approve that, because there were a lot of timelines that were continually missed. That's me speaking for myself, not for the PPLC, nor for the members of the teaching staff here. I might have gone over.
That's why I voted against it.
Okay.
I'm so in helping as I came in over the summer. I haven't missed a meeting except for one, and it's not about me not being positive and proactive. It's that we as a PPLC worked really hard last year to want to be a part of, and it's our legal, responsibility too. And it was primarily. So.
Well, thank you for these updates. And the feedback. Appreciate that. Very helpful. Okay, next we have LSC subcommittees. We have 5 of them. First is safety and security. I don't think the chair is here, but maybe we have a member who's going to talk about it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
our first meeting is October 2nd at 8:45 in the morning AM. I know it's really hard. I would love if, and I was going to bring this up at the first meeting, the issue that we have around scheduling is that the team typically needs to meet in the morning because by the time the end of the day happens, there could be 75 fires they're putting out. So what I would love is to see if perhaps there is a teacher. I mean, I'm assuming there's no students that don't have first period. But if there was a teacher that might not have a first period class that would be interested in coming or periodically coming, just so we have teacher representation. I will bring up, is there another time to meet? But we've tried to deal with this before, and that's always the issue of the team.
Just as a point of information, 8:45 would be during second period.
Second period, just kidding, second period.
And just out of curiosity, because this was a subcommittee that I was interested in joining, would all meetings be at that time?
Yes, that's
Okay.
historically what time.
Okay.
it's been. Then there's no second period lunch. Third period, we could get lunch.
Correct. In
We've done-
fact, by the time second period happens, all staff members and students have reported to work and or school. Right?
Okay.
Like some people have a late start, for example. But for example, like this is why we do a lot of our fire drills during second period.
Got it.
Because by
Okay.
then everyone is in the building in some capacity.
So I'll bring it up at the meeting and see if there's anything that we can do to move the time. I just know that was always the pushback before. So that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Community relations.
Okay. We what's great is we actually have more people than just me on the subcommittee now. So thanks to Paul and Laura. We didn't have a formal meeting yet. We met with Miss Theus just for the 4 of us to get to know each other better. So we will be planning a public meeting soon, of which we will vote on a chair. And we'll see if I have to continue to give out these updates or somebody else will.
Great.
Oh, let me give out one quick, just the Mexican Independence Day parade is coming up this weekend. So 1, congratulations to everyone that celebrates that. And 2, just obviously be careful with your plans. The downtown gets incredibly crowded during the time. There will be plenty of street closures. So be mindful of your weekend activities.
Yeah, that was a PSA. Yeah, I was like that, Chris.
Okay, thank you. Principal evaluation is next. So we have planned to meet. The reason we have not is been going back with LSC relations on the process for this year. So we have a cumulative evaluation that's due for Dr. Steinmiller. And CPS has just announced a new evaluation framework for principals. And instead of having 5 different sort of competency areas, they have 4 domains. The language is much simpler, much cleaner, much easier, based on a lot of feedback. And so they said, going forward, this is what we're using. However, for us, because it's a cumulative, we are not. And so I pushed back and tried to say, hey, could we just use the new one? It's so much easier and cleaner. And they're like, nope. As a cumulative, you must still use it this year. So that's what we're going to do. It's not the end of the world, just with what we've used in the past. It's just not that useful. But because we've used it, we've gotten a little more friendly with it. So anyway, I plan to set up a meeting next week to talk about the process we want to follow. So we have to gather data from previous years and through this year. And then the LSC will need to vote on a contract renewal by in the first week of December, December 4th, perhaps 3rd. I'll get the exact date, but that's what will be happening. So I will schedule that for next week. And I think that's it. So that's that. Communication is the next committee.
That's me. Again. So this year we are not, Mindy Hilt, who left, but she is helping plan out a communications calendar for the year. I don't think we need to meet in a big group and again. Another so we met with Miss Theus and she's going to plan out a communications calendar. She's actually also working with the college and career readiness to improve communications and work on timelines from that end, a communications calendar from the perspective of the college and career readiness team. And then also I imagine she'll be reaching out to students because she wants to start a social media club where students will be handling communication and helping with that. So we thought that was a really good idea and a way to get students communicating about the school. Also, the website is 1 to 2 weeks. It is going to go live. We're in the home stretch, according to Mr. Stuckey, and down to final edits, including prioritizing a post-secondary information section on the website. So I know that's been a heavy lift. So thank you so much for that. That's all I have for that, but student life isn't on here and we had a student life last year. So there's just one thing I want to touch on for the student life perspective. That's student life too, but we were meeting. We might not need to meet anymore. It's something we should probably talk about, but we were just making sure that the clubs were getting off the ground from like Ted and I were doing it. But we are working with the Alderman's office on a homecoming parade that will be October 12th. That is going to lead into October 12th. That's the day of the game, right? The Thursday. So it's going to go from here around Lincoln Park back here for a pep rally. And then also looking at potentially doing some window decorating the weekend before for a few clubs if the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce can find a few storefronts that want to give up their windows for us to decorate for homecoming to really kind of amp up the school spirit a bit here. So it might be recruiting you guys for some help, but we're still in like let's see if there's enough people from the chamber's perspective that are interested in giving up their window space for a little bit.
As someone who teaches in this building, in the past, when we've had these parades, which I have loved, we've sometimes had like a special bell schedule, so things end a little bit earlier. I'm not saying that we have a plan in place for that bell schedule, but I'm also not saying that we have a plan in place for that bell schedule, if you know what I mean. So if there are any changes to instructional time as a result of this, I very much endorse a special bell schedule. But if that's going to be the case, I also very much endorse communicating that to your educators as quickly as possible. And that is mostly a PSA to the administrators who are in earshot of me. Thank you. Great point, Mr. Coddens.
I think Dr. Steinmiller got off. Or maybe he's still listening. I hope he did too. Oh, Miss Theus is still on, it looks like. So Miss Theus, maybe you can just
I don't know if she
follow up
can
on
come
that.
on, but
No, but she can hear. I'm
yeah,
assuming.
Missy, assuming you can hear, there's just a request to maybe communicate to teachers if we're changing the bell schedule on that day. But we'll take it as a note and follow up. I'll do that. Okay, thank you, Amy. Facilities.
Okay, we had a facilities meeting with Mr. Cottons and Mr. Talmers. We collectively have a lot of work to do, which is great. We're really actually very invigorated right now. Even inside this room, you can see this beautiful wall. We covered both internal needs and groundskeeping. There's needs across the board. Peter and I then had the opportunity based off of Mr. Cantori's schedule, our chief engineer, to then meet with Mr. Cantori. And our chief engineer described that there isn't a budget for tools or for paint or for any number of things that you can possibly picture. And so one issue with having different color paint here is because it's just whatever's left in the paint can because there hasn't been new paint purchased. We are going to combine efforts with the budget subcommittee and figure out what we can do around this. One thing that we did, Peter gave a celebration to him earlier, but he and his two engineers tackled 256 items just this summer alone. It is everything from plumbing to mechanical to lights to heating to electrical, cosmetic, cooling, carpentry. They've been under his leadership, going above and beyond what an engineering team does. Carpentry, for example, is not something that's inside the engineering team's job description. So I want to say celebration there. And then our own Peter Chalmers is an expert painter. And if you notice, whether it's ballards, by loading docks, or whether it's, I don't even know if benches were covered or there was fence posts, or, you name it. This is our chief painting officer right here. So thank you so much for getting that covered. And Peter also documented just a lot of the issues inside of our bathrooms, inside of our school building, and went through the slide deck also with our chief engineer, who understands all of the concerns and hates them as well. But we just have to work collectively as a community to overcome this. So
and something he mentioned too, thank you, Brad. I'll just say, he also said that his formal job description does not include painting, even though he does it, but they don't have a budget, so he can't do as much as he'd like. Now he's about to lose an engineer. So there's definitely a need for us to all lean in and make stuff happen. And I think we can just do it. Some of it through formal processes, some of it just, yeah. Oh, thank you. He really is wonderful. I mean, he sent us, just as another example, I was like, so what's on your wish list? He's like, one is a paint key. We need codes. So we have buy one kind of paint for whatever, and then we can fix stuff. Otherwise, you have what it looks like in the freshman boys' bathroom, which but not everyone knows. Lots of multicoloredness. So that was like one thing. Another said very basicness signs for door. Like some rooms don't have, you don't know what number it is. People get lost, whatever. It costs he had to cost it out $6,000. Said, or we could pay $600 to buy our own sign made. And he sends us a link on Amazon. Here's one for $600, whatever. So we get this. We could then serve the 8 feeder schools and make their signs too if they need it. So it could be a good investment. Oh, that's just interesting. Then he's like, people complain about the mud. We could grow grass, we get rid of the mud. But the earth is so compacted that nothing can grow. So we need it to aerate it or till it. So if we bought an aerator, that could do it. That's a little bit more ticket, $2,000. But this is the kind of proactivity and partnership and collaboration he is. So I just want us to be, if you ever see him, that's Tony, but it's Mr. Cantore. He's fantastic. So anyway, I'm excited, but we were energized by the conversation, I think. And Mr. Codd, I appreciate all of your background, stuff that we don't know, like cars driving up in the middle of the day on the mall. So there's work to be done, but I think we have a great partner there, and I know I'm excited. So yeah.
One other thing on facilities, I know I'm not on the committee, but I've been talking with the alderman about potentially getting the mayor in here, and randomly ran into the chief operating officer the other day and invited him as well. So
great.
Hoping to get them in the building so they could see a bit about what's going on.
So maybe we shouldn't fix anything for a while until they come.
Too good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's possible.
Okay. 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 I think that's it on all of our committees. We had one other item here around voting for an LSC vice chair. Just FYI, this is an optional thing. We're not required to do this. So if someone, is interested, but we were going to do it in the fall or the summer meeting, but not everyone was here. And so we moved it forward. The LSC is required to have a secretary, and required to have a chair, and required to have a Freedom of Information and Open Meetings Act officer. It's like a big, thank you. The vice chair is optional. And so if there's anyone that's interested or would like to nominate someone, welcome that. Again, it's not a requirement. We wanted to just take care of that.
Alicia and I are going back.
Okay. No. That's a timer. Oh. Oh. Okay.
I'll hire, if it's me, I'm hiring a full-time security guard for you.
Oh.
To shadow you, so nothing happens. I just assume the role of chair.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No. Well, okay. I mean, I think it's helpful given, I do think it's good to distribute leadership. Again, in some ways, no one has more power than us as parent reps, for example. Like we have all equal power. I have a couple responsibilities. Yes, I do have a couple other, but mostly I think it's a good backup. Like if I can't be here, it's good to have someone else. And just another sort of formal voice call, I would say. Okay.
You don't want it.
Okay.
Is that you don't want it?
Okay. Is there a second? All right. Great. So
It's a
Amy,
great resume builder.
hey, college is coming. Yes. Okay.
For McDonald's.
Okay, so we have a motion and then a second. All those in favor of making Amy Zemanek vice chair, raise your hands. Those opposed? Abstain? You
Oh.
abstaining? Okay.
Can you vote for
I don't.
yourself?
All right. Well, congratulations,
Right.
Amy. Thank you. New vice chair. Very nice. Okay. So the next item is new business, which was already covered by Dr. Steinmiller. That was a typo on my part. Last public participation. So anyone who's been incredibly patient and waiting. All right. Way to go. Yeah, if you could please get the mic just so the Zoom people can hear you. Thank you.
At 1:45 seconds, I'll say 15. We get 2 minutes, like all of them be on the same clock. Okay. Oh, each of them? I guess if they each want to take sliding on the
Yeah, right, right. So you can have 6 if you need it, but.
for public
Let's start for 2 minutes. There we go.
Okay, so we represent the freshman girls volleyball team.
discussion that you can come up with $20,000 and someone put in order. I mean, I don't even know.
13.
Yeah,
we have 13 girls.
I don't know. And you don't have the $300 that might cost equipped with people, then we can help. We offer something. No chance of getting it. We play.
And right now we're wearing the boys basketball jerseys.
I think actually, it looks like boys basketball. But it
could
could
be
be
soccer.
It looks like, I think it's the boys.
But
Well,
it's the boys jersey. And there's like, in having a jersey on a team, it solidifies the ideology of being on a team. And so when you get those jerseys, you're not an individual anymore. You are the freshman girls volleyball team of Lincoln Park. And right now, when we went against Taft and Lane last weekend, I think. Everybody was matching, everybody and Libero had their own jersey, and everybody is representing their school. And by not having those jerseys, we feel like we are not a part of the program. Since JV and varsity have their own jerseys, we kind of feel like outsiders in a way.
We feel like we're not as appreciated as the other teams.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just the first 2.
Yeah.
And you've got 4 more.
But also there is nothing like that moment when you open that box of jerseys and that's when you become a team. That's when it starts to happen.
And become something bigger.
Than just yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys all touch that. You guys all understand the concept of that, like in practice. This is the one. Last year, my daughter played, she can swear, she never, never. And for water, it was great money, and we never saw the money. So, we're not sure. But, so I were too happy, all right? And also the freshman volleyball. And these girls need, we're here for 2 weeks. Hopefully you can give us advice. There's no problem that the resources, the technology to fix it. And we all know there's an answer. We can fix it. We can get, maybe it's not completely that say that the varsity, but we can make something up.
Or you just put it in a number. Make it happen. We can make it happen. We sell concessions, be exactly. Also, we were told that we didn't have to. The parents on my team that have to pay too, they understood that in order for all the teachers to enjoy the love of not showing use one. And it was, it was a mix up, they, so there has to be an option to resolve. And we will not accept, I will not let the girls accept that the ship sail as the final. Or athletes who will swim out that ship and we will get it. Right, girls?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we go to practice every single day from 4. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We go to practice every single day. We go to every single game. We put our time and effort and after school sacrifice homework and everything for this. And the fact that we're not getting part of the experience is like pretty, not that
So what's
great.
our ask? Something like as a player, these jerseys, they're also affecting our performance because they're not like made for our sport exactly. And not a single one of us has a jersey that fits us. They're all too big.
But yeah,
I have the pictures.
Okay, so I was like, there were 11 on here. And we're going. We don't need 22 minutes, but I'll be happy. I just wanted, I asked them to text, they had to go up. Okay. One girl says, why aren't we taken, or we aren't taken seriously as a team when we play in basketball jerseys? Another says, we don't feel like a team and jerseys bring us together. It's just not fair. The fair is the F word in my, on my team, so I don't like that word, but we'll use it here. Let's just say unjust. We are not
Could you
appreciated.
speak in the mic, please? Just
Oh,
so
yeah.
people can
We
hear.
are, one girl says we are not appreciated. They don't fit because they're men's. Boys aren't told to wear girls' uniforms. Our jerseys genuinely don't fit. Unfair how JV and varsity have uniforms that we do not. In games, we are viewed as less intimidating because we look sloppy. And if they say a really dumb reason to why we don't have jerseys, some really good standpoints are you suggesting we, the volleyball freshman team are not as important as
15
the
seconds.
blank? Thank you. And how is it fair to us when this is out of our team's control? And I wish we were there to.
And so I guess as our ask is to not have this be a returning pattern.
Sorry.
Because that's gonna,
We just want future volleyball team girls to not have to experience the same thing.
I know we can't respond, but I would like to say that we will follow up with you shortly after the meeting tonight, like 2 minutes after.
There might be someone you can talk to after the meeting.
Yes.
Kind of thing.
Thank
Yeah.
you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So please don't leave. Please don't leave.
Yes, and thank you for staying this long. We really appreciate it. Okay, other public participation. Anyone else in the room would like to? Okay. You're welcome to do it now. Okay. All right. Anyone else would like to make a comment, public comment in the room here? While they think online, is there anyone out there? I don't see any hands. Oh, Grace G.
Dragonetti, I think.
Okay. Is there a way to enable her to speak? Miss Dragonetti, if that's you, we're just going to try to figure that out a second. Brad, you try and thank you. I have to say, just looking at the screen here in the Zoom, it looks pretty cool. All those blue Lincoln Park logos in a circle there in a square. It's cool. Oh, I think you've been enabled. Grace, please speak.
I think so. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. It's Grace Dragonetti, and Paul and I did have to both leave. We apologize. But our PPC report is that the PPC met, and we're working, and we're problem solving. And I think that came up in the room during our actual time. We do apologize for leaving, but I wanted to chime in here at the end and just let you know, if you have any questions or concerns, we're available via email, but that's really the report today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Have a
that.
good night, everybody.
Thank you for waiting and for joining back again to close the loop. Very nice. Okay, is there
Thank you
anyone
all
else?
for all your time. Bye.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
That was 35 seconds.
Okay, anyone else online would like to, if so, please raise your hand and we'll turn you on. There are about 9 people there, but I'm not seeing any hands being raised. So, okay, could you speak in the mic, please?
Okay, so just to follow up on.
Oh,
the
could you
line-
hold it so people on the phone can hear you?
So, hello, okay, well, I'm trying as fast as I can. Okay, so this is a follow-up to the library situation. For those of you who may know, and Amy, you probably know this because you're a parent, Sabrina, I'm gonna mispronounce her name, Spitznagel, created a sign up genius for library help to help Miss G in the library. So she sent that out like August 25th. So as parents, you guys probably got it. And there's a link and you can sign up. I signed up for all the 9th period because that's when I do it on Fridays, but I did not see 5th period. So I just sent her an email and I was sitting there to ask her if she can add the 5th period. But it does make more sense, I think, for maybe a teacher that has the availability because they're here. Sometimes if it's hard to leave work or home. So
send it out. Like I'm free 5th. But that doesn't necessarily mean I am every week.
I don't even know.
So
what time
if
5th
it
period
went,
is. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You know what?
to
This is public
staff.
comment.
Yeah.
We can't have a dialogue. It's okay. I forgot to. Thank you, Brad.
Sorry. I'm gonna send her, I've sent her an email asking her if she could add 5th period to that and that we're having a conversation. So I'll follow up with her. But just for people that are here, and I'll put you guys on an email. It's to Ian, in case you guys know of somebody who might be free. That we can get somebody in the library then. Because she's awesome. And it's really, I mean, having volunteered last spring, the kids, it really means a lot for them to be there. I think
Great.
that goes unsaid.
Thank you so much for waiting to say that. Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else? Going once, twice, thrice? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'd like to
Ms.
make a
Jane
motion.
Rosenthal? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, participants. Congratulations. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, James. Nice to meet you.
What?
Yeah, same here. I want to hear more about like, all the events you guys are planning for.